Hey there, story lovers. This is The Fiction Wizard, and we're bringing you an epic adventure. Amelia Bones raided Privet Drive with 8 Aurors at dawn. Harry woke up as Lord of 9 stolen ancient houses. Hit like, subscribe, and let's begin this journey. Chapter 1, Dawn. The dream was always the same. Green light. His mother's voice, high and desperate, and then nothing. Just the rushing dark and the scar splitting open like something alive was trying to claw its way out through his forehead. Harry had stopped screaming himself awake from it somewhere around age 9. By 15, he simply opened his eyes, stared at the ceiling, and waited for his heart to slow down. The ceiling of his bedroom at Number 4 Privet Drive was the same water-stained white it had always been. The lock on his door was new. Uncle Vernon had installed it after the Dementor incident last summer, a big brass deadbolt that could only be opened from the outside. Hedwig's cage sat empty by the window. She'd been gone 3 days on a letter to Ron, and Harry found himself listening for her wings the way he used to listen for footsteps in the cupboard under the stairs. Old habits. He checked his watch. 4:47 in the morning. Something was wrong. He couldn't have said what it was, exactly. The neighborhood was quiet in the particular dead way it got in the small hours, when even the dogs had given up barking at shadows. But Harry sat up anyway, reaching for his glasses with one hand and his wand with the other, the grip instinctive and immediate in a way that would have disturbed Professor Dumbledore if the old man had been paying attention to anything other than the greater picture lately. He'd been paying a lot of attention to the greater picture. Harry had spent the last month of summer paying the price for that. He got to the window just in time to see them. 8 figures in dark robes moving up Privet Drive in a formation that was not, quite, military, but was definitely not casual. They moved the way Moody moved, with that constant swivel and check that spoke of people who had survived by never assuming a space was clear. At the front, slightly ahead of the others, walked a woman Harry had seen exactly once before, at the World Cup, shorter than he'd expected, gray-streaked hair pulled back with a severity that matched the set of her jaw, wearing robes that were Regulation Ministry dark blue but cut for someone who expected to use them for something more than sitting in an office. Amelia Bones, head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, was walking up his aunt and uncle's garden path at 4:47 in the morning. Harry was dressed and at the top of the stairs before she knocked. She didn't knock the way normal people knocked. She knocked the way someone knocks when they're already certain the door is going to open, 3 sharp raps that cut through the quiet house like a hammer. Harry heard Vernon grunt awake 2 rooms over, heard the complaining groan of the bedsprings, heard his uncle's feet hit the floor with the specific heavy impact of a man whose first instinct toward anything unexpected was to be aggressively large in its direction. Harry came down the stairs as Vernon came out of the master bedroom in his dressing gown, face already flushing the particular shade of puce he reserved for unexpected inconveniences. They reached the landing at the same time and Vernon turned on him with that familiar narrowing of the eyes, as though Harry had personally arranged whatever was happening outside. "Get back in your room," Vernon hissed. "No," Harry said, and went past him down the stairs. He heard his uncle sputtering behind him but didn't stop. He opened the front door. Amelia Bones looked at him for a moment with eyes that were sharp and dark and doing a great deal of rapid calculation. Then she looked past him at Vernon, who had arrived at the bottom of the stairs and was working himself up towards something loud. "Vernon Dursley," she said, and her voice carried the particular quality of someone who had spent 30 years making rooms fall quiet with it. "My name is Amelia Bones. I am the head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. I have a warrant issued this morning by Chief Warlock Dumbledore." She produced a folded document from her robes and held it up without breaking eye contact with Vernon, "authorizing me to enter this property and remove Harry James Potter from the magical guardianship currently registered to this household. I would like to do this quietly and without incident. Whether or not that happens is, at this moment, your choice." Vernon's mouth opened. Closed. Opened again. He looked at Harry with an expression that flickered between the usual contempt and something Harry hadn't seen before, a sudden, animal awareness that the balance of something had shifted. "On what grounds?" Vernon finally managed, in a voice that had lost about 40% of its bluster but was gamely holding on to the rest. Amelia Bones lowered the warrant slowly. Mr. Dursley, I have 8 Aurors standing in your garden who have each filed individual incident reports based on the testimony of one Arabella Figg, who has been observing this household for 14 years. I also have a magical trace analysis of Mr. Potter's living conditions that was conducted at my personal request 2 weeks ago when certain information came to my attention. She paused, and when she continued her voice was quieter but somehow harder. I'd strongly recommend that you step aside. Petunia had appeared at the top of the stairs at some point, thin hands clutching the lapels of her housecoat, her face the color of chalk. Dudley was a large pale shadow behind her, peering through the banister. Harry looked at his aunt and felt something he hadn't expected, not satisfaction, not relief, but an odd flat clarity, like a window being wiped clean. This was real. Something was actually happening. He turned back to Amelia Bones. Can I get my trunk? She looked at him, really looked at him, the way people almost never did, like she was adjusting for the difference between what she'd been told to expect and what was standing in front of her. Yes, Mr. Potter. You have 10 minutes. Take everything. He took 8. Hedwig arrived back through the upstairs window as he was dragging his trunk down the stairs, landing on his shoulder with her usual imperious composure and a small dead mouse deposited on the strap of his bag with the air of someone presenting a gift they expected to be properly appreciated. He scratched her head. She clicked her beak. Outside, the first gray light of dawn was starting to separate the rooftops from the sky. Vernon stood in the doorway of the sitting room and watched Harry move through the house with a locked, sealed expression that Harry had never seen on his uncle's face before. It wasn't anger. It was something closer to the look of a man realizing that a story he'd been telling himself for 15 years might have had a different ending available all along. Harry didn't say anything to him. There wasn't anything to say. He came back down the stairs with his trunk, his bag over one shoulder, Hedwig riding the other, and paused at the bottom. Petunia had come down at some point and was standing in the hallway, arms wrapped around herself, not looking at him. Her jaw was tight in a way that meant she was holding something in. Petunia, one of the Aurors said quietly from the doorway, a young woman with close-cropped hair who was apparently reading from a clipboard, you'll want to have a solicitor present when the formal statement is taken. The ministry will be in contact within 72 hours. His aunt flinched at her own name said out loud in a tone that assumed authority. Then she looked at Harry, finally, and whatever she'd been holding in came out as something small and thin and almost unrecognizable. You looked like her, she said. You always looked exactly like her. It might have been an apology. It might have been an accusation. It was probably both, and Harry understood, in a way he hadn't at 14 or 13 or any of the years before that, that those two things had always been the same thing for Petunia Dursley. He walked out into the morning. The Auror who fell into step beside him was somewhere in his late 20s, broad-shouldered, with the careful unhurried movement of someone who had learned to walk like he wasn't in a hurry because being in a hurry got you killed. He had a scar that ran from his left ear to his jaw and didn't seem particularly interested in hiding it. Dawlish, he said, which Harry had learned was apparently also his first name. He took the handle of Harry's trunk without asking and seemed faintly amused when Harry held on to his end. The director wants a word with you before we port key to the ministry. She's standing right there, Harry said. Dawlish let go of the trunk. She does that. Makes people wait for things they could just do immediately. I think it's strategic. Amelia Bones was standing at the gate, looking back at Number 4 with an expression that Harry couldn't read from a distance. As he approached, she turned, and the calculating look was gone, replaced by something direct and unornamented. You're not afraid, she said. Not an accusation. Just an observation. Of leaving? Harry said. No. Of me. Of this. She gestured at the Aurors, the dawn, the document tucked back into her robes. Most people, when they open a door and find this on their step, go pale. You came downstairs like you'd been waiting. Harry considered lying out of habit and decided not to. I heard something. I looked out the window. He paused. And I've had a worse summer than you probably think. Something moved through her expression, brief and controlled and gone quickly. She looked at him for another moment, then turned toward the road. We'll talk at the ministry. There are things you need to know. There are usually things I need to know, Harry said, and I usually find out about them the wrong way. She glanced back at him, and for just a fraction of a second, something in her expression suggested she was considering smiling. Not today, she said. Today I'm going to tell you directly. Walk with me. She set off at a pace that made her junior Auror step it up, and Harry walked beside her with Hedwig shifting her balance on his shoulder and the first pale light of an August morning stretching long and thin across the empty street behind him. He did not look back at the house. The Ministry of Magic at 5 in the morning had a different character entirely from the Ministry at any other hour. The atrium was lit but quiet, a few night shift workers moving between floors, their footsteps echoing off the polished dark floor with the particular resonance of an empty space that was designed for crowds. The golden fountain caught the light from above and threw it in moving patterns across the walls, and the golden figures stood frozen in their positions of servile admiration, and Harry thought, not for the first time, that whoever had commissioned the fountain had said something quite specific about how they thought the world should be arranged. Amelia Bones led him past it without sparing it a glance, through a corridor he'd never been in, down 2 levels in a lift that required a key she kept on a chain at her wrist, and into a room that was clearly not designed for welcoming visitors. It was a working room, papers on a long table, a board on one wall covered in notes and connected lines, maps of Britain with locations marked in various colors. It smelled like coffee and parchment and the residual sharp ozone of recent spellcasting. She sat down at the head of the table and gestured at the chair beside her. Harry sat. Hedwig stepped off his shoulder onto the back of his chair and rearranged her feathers with pointed commentary. 2 other Aurors remained in the room. Dawlish stationed himself by the door with the ease of someone who expected to be there a while. The other was a woman Harry didn't recognize, mid-30s, with aura robes and the look of someone who had been awake for a very long time and had opinions about it. Amelia Bones opened a folder. What I'm about to tell you is going to be difficult to hear, she said. I want to be clear that I'm telling you because you have a right to know, not because I expect you to be composed about it. You can be angry. Frankly, given what's in this folder, anger is a reasonable response. Harry said nothing. He watched her. She placed a document on the table and turned it to face him. It was a scan of something old, vellum rather than parchment, the writing in an archaic style that took Harry a moment to decode. At the top, in Latin, were words he recognized from what little Hermione had forced him to learn, in re hereditate et tutoris. That's a guardianship declaration, she said. Filed with the Ministry's Wiesengemot Records Office in November of 1981. 2 months after your parents died. Do you know who filed it? Harry read the name at the bottom. Dumbledore, he said. His voice was level. Dumbledore, she confirmed. Under a provision of the Magical Families Protection Act of 1793, which allows a designated magical guardian to be appointed by the chief warlock in cases where a magical child has no surviving magical relatives. The provision exists for good reasons, there are cases where it's entirely appropriate. She paused. Your situation was not one of those cases. Sirius, Harry said. Sirius Black was your father's named godfather in your parents' will, filed with Gringotts in 1979 and updated in 1981, 3 weeks before they went into hiding. She pulled another document from the folder and placed it beside the first. He was also named your magical guardian specifically in the event that both James and Lily Potter died. She tapped the paper. This document was never submitted to the Wiesengemot. It was held at Gringotts in a sealed inheritance vault. No one requested its review. The Ministry arrested Sirius Black and sent him to Azkaban without trial 2 days after your parents died, before any formal reading of the will could take place. The room was very quiet. Harry looked at the documents. At Dumbledore's signature on the first one, neat and familiar and looping in the way he'd seen it on 1,000 pieces of correspondence. At the date on his parents' will, 9 days before Halloween. Dumbledore knew about the will, Harry said. He would have been informed of its existence at the time of your parents' death as Chief Warlock. Yes. Amelia Bones's voice was careful and exact. I want to be precise about what I can prove and what I'm inferring. I can prove that the guardianship declaration was filed without the will being reviewed. I can prove that the will was never opened. I can infer that Dumbledore knew about it. I cannot prove that he read it before he filed the declaration. Can you prove he placed me with the Dursleys deliberately? Yes, she said. The Blood Ward documentation is in your parents' vault as well, in Lily Potter's handwriting. She designed it. It requires the residence of a blood relative. Dumbledore's personal notes, which I obtained under the Evidence Preservation Act 2 weeks ago, through a process I won't detail because it took considerable effort and I have no interest in having that effort unpicked, confirm that he specifically chose Petunia Dursley for the blood connection. She looked at him steadily. He chose correctly for the purpose of the wards. I'm not certain he chose correctly for the purpose of raising a child. Harry's hands were flat on the table. He became aware of this and looked at them and chose to leave them there rather than do something with them. Why now? He said. Why are you doing this now? Amelia Bones closed the folder. She sat back slightly, and for the first time since he'd met her at the garden gate, she looked like something other than an institution. She looked like a person who had made a decision and was still inhabiting the weight of it. Because I have a niece, she said. Susan. She's in your year at Hogwarts. She let that sit for a moment. And because last month, at a ministry interdepartmental review, I read a magical welfare assessment of your living conditions that was buried in a case file marked inactive. Someone filed it and then ensured it went nowhere. The person who filed it was a junior Auror who has since been transferred to Orkney. She looked at him directly. I don't let things get buried in my department, Mr. Potter. Someone tried to use my department as a place to make a problem disappear. I don't like that. Harry breathed in through his nose. And the 9 houses? There was a pause. A silence that was different from the other silences in the conversation, sharper, more charged. What do you know about that? Amelia Bones said, and her voice had changed slightly. Nothing specific, Harry said. But you said there are things I need to know. You've given me 2. Sirius's guardianship was stolen. The welfare report was buried. But you brought 8 Aurors to a residential street in Surrey at 5 in the morning and you have a folder that thick. He nodded at the folder, which was considerably more substantial than the 2 documents she'd shown him. There's more. She looked at him for a long moment with that same recalibrating expression he'd caught at the garden gate. Then she reached into the folder and pulled out a document that was different from the others, not a scan of an old record but a fresh analysis, printed on ministry-issue parchment, dense with figures and notation. When a magical heir reaches maturity, or in special circumstances, when their legal situation changes significantly, Gringotts conducts what's called an inheritance audit, she said. I requested one on your behalf. I had the legal standing to do so as part of the welfare investigation. She turned the document toward him. House Potter is yours. Always has been. The vault is managed under a Gringotts Standard Trust. That's straightforward. But? Harry said. But the audit identified 8 additional inheritance claims attached to your bloodline that are, she paused, and chose the word with precision, suspended. Held in stasis. The magical term is vinculatum, bound. Locked in boxes, metaphorically speaking, by a series of overlapping legal instruments, wills, charms, and at least 2 Wisengamot orders that I'm still having my legal team review. She held his gaze. Someone built a cage around your inheritance, Mr. Potter. A very careful, very thorough cage. It took years of work. Harry looked at the numbers on the page. He couldn't make full sense of the notation. Gringotts accounting had its own language, but some things translated clearly enough. House names. Vault numbers. Figures that had a great many zeros. Who built it? He said. I believe it was a collaborative effort, she said carefully. Not all of it malicious. Some of it, the Peveril claim, for instance, and the Gryffindor entailment, appears to have been locked down by the houses themselves generations ago, through succession agreements that were designed to prevent consolidation of power. Legitimate concerns, in theory. She touched the page. But others were locked down recently. Within the last 20 years. The Slytherin claim, specifically, was bound in 1982. 1 year after your parents died. What has Slytherin to do with me? Harry said, and heard the strangeness of the sentence as it came out. Your mother, Amelia Bones said. Lily Evans. The Evans family is, or was, a cadet branch of an older magical line that had gone dormant after several generations of marrying muggles. The main branch traced through, she took a breath, through Mara P. Gaunt. Who was Voldemort's mother? The silence this time lasted slightly longer. I'm related to Voldemort, Harry said. Through a common ancestor, yes. By blood you and Tom Riddle were, something like third cousins at very great remove. The magical inheritance law doesn't recognize that proximity as meaningful for most purposes. But for the purposes of the Slytherin lordship, which passes by closest living magical descent with no direct heir in place, she let the sentence complete itself. Harry sat with that for a moment. Hedwig, apparently sensing something in his stillness, stepped along the back of the chair and pressed her feathered cheek against his ear. You said 9, Harry said. The 9th is the one I want you to hear about in the right context, Amelia Bones said, and there was something in her voice that might, on another person, have been called wonder. I want you to hear it from the Gringotts goblins directly, when the audit is formally presented. I think, she paused. I think you should be sitting down when you hear about the 9th. I'm sitting down now. More officially sitting down, she said, and this time the smile happened briefly and unmistakably. There's a process for this, Mr. Potter. For reclaiming what's yours. It starts with the inheritance ritual, and it starts today, because I've arranged it and I want it done before anyone who might want to complicate this situation has time to complicate it. Harry thought about who might want to complicate it. He thought about Dumbledore, whose signature was on that guardianship declaration, and whose half-explanations and careful silences had been the background noise of his life since he was 11. He thought about Lucius Malfoy, whose presence at the World Cup and the graveyard and a dozen moments in between felt now, with hindsight, less like coincidence and more like pattern. He thought about Sirius, sitting in Azkaban, or wherever he was now, wherever he'd been hiding since escaping, while a will sat in a vault that no one had opened. What do I need to do? Harry said. First, Amelia Bones said, standing and collecting her folder, there's someone here who has been waiting to see you. She went to the door, said something brief to Dawlish, and came back. Harry stood, because the way she'd said it made sitting feel wrong. 2 minutes passed. Then the door opened. Sirius Black did not look like the photographs from Azkaban anymore. He'd looked like death walking when Harry had met him at 13, gaunt, haunted, carrying 12 years of solitary despair in the hollows of his face. 2 years of freedom, of eating properly and sleeping somewhere that wasn't a cell, had put some of him back. He was still lean. His hair still had some of the Azkaban wildness to it that he wore now like a declaration rather than a symptom. But his eyes were clear, and when they found Harry, something in them went very warm and very fierce and very much like James Potter's best friend standing in the doorway of a ministry office at sunrise, which was, Harry thought, exactly what he was. Pup, Sirius said. Harry crossed the room in 4 steps and hugged him hard enough to feel his godfather's breath go out. Sirius gripped the back of his head with one hand and his shoulder with the other, and for a moment neither of them said anything. The room was very quiet. Even Hedwig, who had swooped down from the chair to land on Sirius's shoulder with proprietary confidence, didn't make a sound. "How long?" Harry said into Sirius's shoulder. "Bones contacted me 4 days ago," Sirius said. "Through channels I won't bore you with. I've been in a ministry safe house since yesterday morning. She's had me reviewing documents. I've read your parents' will 7 times. He pulled back and looked at Harry with those clear grey eyes, and there was something in his expression that was both angry and resolved in equal, inseparable measure. "James named me your guardian, Harry." Lily agreed. "It was in black and white in front of a Gringotts witness 3 weeks before they died. I should have had you from the start. You should never have been within 10 miles of those people." "I know," Harry said. "The petition for formal reinstatement of my guardianship has been filed," Amelia Bones said from behind them. She had the tone of someone managing something large and moving carefully around its edges. "Given the circumstances of Sirius's imprisonment, no trial, no formal conviction, and a body of evidence that has always been procedurally irregular, I'm also petitioning the Wisengamot for a formal review of his case. He's here legally, this morning, under a temporary order of recognizance. Full exoneration will take time," Sirius said, without bitterness. "It'll take time." "Yes," she said. "What matters is today," Harry said. He looked at Amelia Bones. "The inheritance ritual. The rings. How does it work?" She held his gaze for a moment, and the recalibration happened again, that small visible adjustment to what was in front of her versus what she'd expected. "Come with me," she said. The room they were taken to was 3 floors below the atrium, in a section of the ministry that Harry had never seen and that appeared on none of the official floor plans pinned to the lift walls. It was circular, which made it feel like it was older than the building around it. The ministry had been built over older structures, layer on layer, the way magical London worked, and this felt like one of the original layers. The walls were stone rather than the polished wood of the upper levels. There were no windows. The light came from channels carved in the ceiling that caught ambient magic and translated it into something warm and constant, and it made the room feel, oddly, like being inside something that was breathing. In the center was a round stone dais, about 3 feet across and knee-height, covered in carved inscription in a script that Harry recognized as Proto-Runic. Around the edges of the room, on stone shelves at shoulder height, were 9 boxes. The boxes were different sizes, different ages, different materials. One was iron, one appeared to be carved bone, one was pale wood that might have been white oak, one was what looked like solidified shadow, somehow opaque even in the warm light. They were all locked. And they were all, Harry noticed with a peculiar prickling awareness that ran from his scar down his spine to his hands, doing something. Vibrating was the wrong word. It was more like they were attending. Like 9 things in separate boxes had all turned to face the same direction at once. "What you're feeling is recognition," said a voice Harry hadn't heard before. The goblin was standing near the wall, which was why Harry had missed him. He was older than Griphook, older than any goblin Harry had seen, with deep-set eyes that had the color and quality of old amber and a face that had been doing its business for a very long time. He wore robes that were neither Gringotts standard nor ministry issue but something older than either, embroidered at the hem and cuffs with symbols that matched some of what was carved on the dais. "Iron Bane," he said, which was apparently an introduction. "Senior Executor of Bloodright Claims, Gringotts London. I've been handling the Potter estate instruments since your grandfather's day." "You knew my grandfather?" Harry said. "I knew your great-grandfather," Iron Bane said, without particular emotion. "We are long-lived when we are not killed, Mr. Potter. Come to the dais." Harry came to the dais. Sirius stood to his left, Amelia Bones to his right. The 8 Aurors had not been brought into this room. It was Harry, Sirius, Amelia Bones, and Ironbane, and the 9 boxes on their shelves. The ritual is straightforward, Ironbane said. You place your hands on the dais inscription. The stone reads your blood and your magical signature. If the claims are valid, the boxes open. You will have the option, at that point, to accept or decline each claim individually. You are not required to accept anything. He looked at Harry steadily. I would note, however, that claims which are declined can be contested by third parties and may take decades to resolve in the courts. I advise understanding what you're accepting before you decline it. What is there to understand? Harry said. Each house comes with a seat on the Wisengamot, Ironbane said. Where the seat is currently occupied by another party, a proxy, or a political appointee, your claim supersedes them immediately upon acceptance. Some of those proxies have been in place for years. Some of them are powerful people. He paused. Some of them are in this building right now. Harry looked at the boxes. The peculiar sense of them attending, of 9 locks straining toward the same key, was stronger now. Like standing in a room full of dogs that had all caught the same scent. What do I do? He said. Put your hands on the stone, Ironbane said. Harry put his hands on the stone. The inscription lit up immediately, not the warm ambient light of the ceiling channels but something whiter and more absolute, running through the carved grooves like lightning looking for a path. It ran the full circle of the dais in less than a second and then pulsed once, hard, and the pulse hit Harry in the chest like a shove from a very large hand. He didn't step back. He felt it, his blood, was the best way he could describe it later, though even that was inadequate. He felt his blood as a thing with depth and history and architecture, like suddenly being able to see the roots of a tree that you'd always only known as branches. He felt Potter, which was familiar. He felt something older underneath it, Peveril, a word his brain provided without him asking for it, and older still beneath that, and branching and connecting and reaching back into a darkness that was not empty but immeasurably deep and immeasurably full. He heard Sirius swear quietly. He heard Amelia Bones draw a breath. He didn't look up. He watched the boxes. The first one opened by itself, Potter, the one he'd always carried, barely needing the ritual at all. The ring that emerged was the one he'd somehow expected, simple and old and warm, set with the stag-head seal of an ancient family that had never been particularly interested in power but had always been interested in doing what it considered right. The second box opened. Peveril. The ring that rose from it was dark metal Harry didn't have a name for, set with a stone that shifted as he looked at it, and he felt the scar on his hand, the Expelliarmus scar from his first year, warm briefly. The third box. Gryffindor. The inscription on its base was in medieval French and the ring that came out was the red and gold that everyone expected, but heavier than it looked and older than Hogwarts itself. The fourth box. Slytherin. This one opened slowly, as though reluctant, and the ring it held was serpentine silver, cold-looking, and Harry felt the part of himself that could speak to snakes stir like something long asleep turning over. Sirius made a sound beside him. Don't, Harry said quietly, and Sirius went still. The fifth. Black. This one turned toward Sirius rather than Harry, and Harry looked up long enough to catch Sirius's expression, raw and complicated and trying very hard not to be seen. The ring was the Black family crest, familiar from Sirius's letters. It hovered in the air between them. That one's yours, Harry said. It's been formally surrendered to your line, Ironbane said. The transfer is yours to authorize. Then I authorize it, Harry said, and the black ring flew to Sirius's hand and settled there with a solidity that seemed to startle his godfather, as though he'd forgotten what it felt like to hold something that was genuinely his. The sixth box. Gaunt. The ring that emerged was crude by comparison to the others, iron set with a cracked black stone, and it smelled of something burnt, and Harry felt the dais push back slightly under his hands, felt resistance, like the claim itself was contested. He held on. Conquest right, Ironbane said, quietly. Ancient law. The last Lord Gaunt's line ended at the Battle of the Department of Mysteries, when Tom Riddle's anchor failed. The claim flows to the party responsible for the breaking of the anchor. Me, Harry said. You, Ironbane confirmed. The gaunt ring settled on its surface as the resistance faded, and Harry felt nothing particularly satisfying about it. It was more like closing a door. The 7th. Hufflepuff. This one surprised him. It came open easily, almost eagerly, the way the Potter ring had, and the ring inside was warm yellow gold set with a badger that was, for a founder's ring, quite cheerful in aspect. Harry felt the Evans bloodline connection Amelia Bones had mentioned like a cord running from him to a root he hadn't known existed. The 8th. Ravenclaw. This one was different from all the others. The box was the palest of the 9, and when it opened, the ring inside held a sapphire the color of deep water, and the inscription on the base was in what Harry recognized, distantly, as ancient Greek. 8 rings. His hands on the stone. The room humming with something that was not quite sound. He looked at the 9th box. The 9th box was the one made of what appeared to be solidified shadow. It had not moved. It was the only one that had not opened at the ritual's prompting, the only one that was still waiting, and it was the one that was most present, most insistent, most aware. Harry looked at it for a moment. Then he took one hand off the dais and held it out, palm up, toward the 9th box. The box cracked along every seam at once and fell apart in pieces of darkness that dissolved before they hit the floor, and the ring that had been inside came to his hand the way Hedwig came to his wrist, not summoned but arriving, a thing that had been waiting to come home. He held it up. The ring was silver so old it had gone nearly black, set with a stone that seemed to contain its own light. The seal on the face was not a crest in any conventional sense, it was a device, a symbol that Harry had seen once before in a book that Hermione had held up excitedly at the start of 4th year and said was probably apocryphal. The symbol of Emrys. The sign that magical historians used to mark the early magical family trees before recorded history began, in the same way archaeologists mark something with a question mark when they weren't certain what it was but couldn't ignore its presence. Harry looked at Ironbane. Ironbane, who had been doing this for longer than any of the humans in the room had been alive, was looking at the ring with an expression that was as close to undone as Harry expected a goblin's face could get. Merlin's line was not extinguished, Ironbane said, and his voice had a quality in it that had not been there before, something almost reverent, and goblins, in Harry's experience, were reverent about very little. It was hidden. We suspected. The bloodwork was always irregular in ways that the Gringotts senior vaults couldn't account for. He looked at Harry. Through Peveril. Through the oldest branch. It was folded into the inheritance chain 800 years ago and locked there by a will that could only be resolved by a direct blood reading. He was quiet for a moment. We never had a client who cleared all 8 previous claims in the same session. What does it mean? Harry said. Practically. What does Emrys give me? Politically? Ironbane said. A 9th seat on the Wisengamot. The oldest active seat in the chamber. Pre-ministry. Pre-Hogwarts. The seat that has not been occupied in recorded history because no one could prove the claim. He paused. Legally, it means that your consolidated claim is the largest single consolidation of magical political authority since the founding of Hogwarts. Amelia Bones had not said anything for quite some time. Harry looked at her. She was looking at the 9 rings, 8 on the stone around the dais, the Emrys ring in his hand, with an expression that was doing a great deal at once. Then she looked at Harry, and he watched her arrive somewhere he recognized, the place where you understand that the world you're standing in is not the same one you were standing in when you came through the door. Put the rings on, she said. Her voice was steady. All of them. Harry looked at his hands, which did not seem large enough for 9 rings, and then understood that that wasn't quite how inheritance rings worked. They settled as he put them on, 3 on one hand, 3 on the other, the Emrys ring on his right thumb, the gaunt ring on his left index finger, and each one adjusted to the heat of his skin and went still. He flexed his fingers. Sirius was looking at him with an expression that was grief and fierce joy and something broken open and tender, all at once. James would have been, Sirius started, and then stopped, because there are some things that are too large and too specific and too privately painful to say out loud in a ministry office at 6 in the morning. Yeah, Harry said. I know. He stood up straight, 9 rings warm on his hands, the dais behind him going dark as the ritual concluded, and looked at Amelia Bones. What happens now? He said. Amelia Bones looked at him, at Lord Harry James Potter, Lord of 9 ancient and most noble houses, who was also a 15-year-old boy with glasses and a scar and an owl who was currently attempting to eat the lining of Sirius's sleeve, and she made a decision that Harry could see her making, like watching someone choose a door. Now, she said, we make some calls that certain people are going to be very upset to receive. And Harry, for the first time in what felt like the entire summer, and possibly longer than that, felt something that was not quite a smile but was in the same family. Good, he said. Chapter 2, The Weight of Rings. The calls went out at 7:15 in the morning. Harry knew this because Amelia Bones made them from the same room while he was still in it, standing at a communication mirror on the wall that was connected to the ministry's internal network, speaking to each recipient with the same clipped, informative efficiency regardless of their reaction. He watched a deputy minister go pale. He watched a senior Wisengamot clerk start talking very fast and then stop abruptly when Amelia said something quiet that Harry didn't catch. He watched her leave a message for Albus Dumbledore. The headmaster wasn't at Hogwarts, wasn't at the ministry, wasn't at the address listed on his ministry file, and the message was 4 sentences long and contained the words immediate attendance required in a tone that made them function as a summons rather than a request. Sirius sat beside Harry at the long table and ate a bacon sandwich that Dawlish had apparently fetched from somewhere, because Dawlish turned out to be the kind of Auror who understood that events of significant political magnitude went better when everyone involved had eaten. Harry ate without tasting anything and watched the rings on his hands catch the light. They looked strange there. Right and strange at the same time, in the way that things which have been wrong for a long time feel when they're finally corrected, not comfortable exactly, more like a bone that had been set crooked finally being straightened, which involved a particular quality of necessary pain. Stop staring at them, Sirius said. I'm not staring. You're absolutely staring. Sirius bit into his sandwich. How do they feel? Harry thought about it. Heavy, he said. Not physically. Just, he moved his fingers, watching the light shift across the different metals, heavy in the way that things that mean something are heavy. Sirius looked at his own hand, at the black family ring settled on his finger, and was quiet for a moment. Yeah, he said. That's the right word. Amelia Bones finished her last call, this one to someone at Gringotts, in clipped professional tones, and came back to the table. She did not sit. She stood at the end with her hands braced on the table surface and looked at both of them with the focused energy of someone who had a great deal to do and was organizing it as she spoke. Here's where we are, she said. The inheritance ritual is complete and witnessed. Gringotts will have the formal documentation filed within the hour. That means the claims are legally active as of now, this morning, which means, she looked at Harry, that any political actions taken against you, any ministry interference with your property or your person, any attempt to exercise authority over you through the guardianship structure that existed before today, is legally void. She held his gaze. That's significant. I want you to understand what I mean by that. Dumbledore's guardianship, Harry said. Gone, she said. Formally. The moment the first ring settled. You're an emancipated minor by virtue of claiming a Wisengamot seat, which is an old provision that hasn't been exercised since. She glanced at Ironbane, who had materialized near the wall again with the quiet competence of someone who was never not present, since the 1600s, but it's unambiguous. She turned back to Harry. Any decisions about your life, your education, your residence, your correspondence, all of it reverts to you. Or to your designated guardian. She nodded at Sirius. once his formal reinstatement is processed. How long for that? Sirius said. His preliminary status as recognized guardian is active now, she said. Full legal reinstatement, including the exoneration petition, will require a Wisengamot session. I've already scheduled an emergency session for tomorrow morning. She paused. Sirius, I need you to understand what that session is going to involve. There are people on the Wisengamot who are going to fight this. Not because they believe you're guilty, most of the people who'll oppose it have never thought about your guilt or innocence for 30 seconds, but because a full exoneration of Sirius Black, coming at the same time as a 9-house consolidation by Harry Potter, is going to shift the political balance of the chamber in ways that certain parties have spent considerable effort preventing. Lucius Malfoy, Sirius said. Among others, Amelia said. Malfoy currently holds proxy votes for 3 of the seats that Harry's claims supersede. Those seats, Slytherin, Gaunt, and Ravenclaw, return to Harry's control the moment the Wisengamot acknowledges the inheritance documentation. Malfoy loses 3 votes overnight. She looked at the table for a moment. He's going to know about this before lunchtime. I'd be surprised if he doesn't know already. Harry said, good. Both Sirius and Amelia looked at him. I mean it, Harry said. I'm tired of things happening where I find out last and have the least ability to do anything about them. If Malfoy knows, then Malfoy knows. Let him come up with a response. I'd rather be fighting something that's moving than watching something I can't see. Sirius looked at him for a moment with an expression that Harry couldn't quite categorize. Then he looked at Amelia Bones. He sounds like James, he said. He sounds like himself, she said, which Harry thought was probably the better observation. She pulled out the thick folder again and laid it on the table. There's more to cover, and I want to cover it before the morning session fills up. The 9 houses, Potter and Black, you know. Peveril is the second oldest claim after Emery's, and it comes with a sealed vault at Gringotts that has been in probate for 60 years because no one could establish the bloodline proximity. That vault. She paused and glanced at Ironbane. Do you want to tell him, or shall I? The Peveril vault, Ironbane said, stepping forward from his wall, contains, among other assets, the original contract pertaining to the 3 artifacts known colloquially as the Deathly Hallows. The cloak in your possession is already yours by inheritance. The stone is missing and presumed lost. The wand, he looked at Harry steadily, is complicated. Complicated how? Harry said. It was taken from the original master by Gellert Grindelwald in 1945 and subsequently taken from Grindelwald by Albus Dumbledore at the conclusion of their duel. Ironbane paused. Dumbledore has held it since. The legal ownership under the Peveril inheritance contract follows conquest right, which means it has passed through several pairs of hands. Current conquest right, given the documented sequence of events on June 24 of last year in the graveyard, where Voldemort's wand was overpowered by yours, he stopped. You're saying I'm the master of the Elder Wand, Harry said. I'm saying the contract language supports that argument, Ironbane said precisely. Legal resolution of that specific claim will require a formal challenge. That's a longer process. Fine, Harry said. He filed it away, not dismissing it, just marking it as something that would wait. What else? The Emery's vault, Ironbane said, and his voice did the thing again, the thing where something almost reverent crept in underneath the professional neutrality. Has not been opened since its sealing in the 12th century. I can tell you what the preliminary scan indicates is in it, but I want to be precise about the word preliminary. He looked at Harry. We believe it contains Merlin's personal library. The full library. And his working tools. And, he stopped. Harry waited. And a correspondence archive, Ironbane said. Letters. Several hundred years of them. To and from every significant magical practitioner of the early medieval period. He paused again. Including, by our assessment, documentation of the founding of Hogwarts from a perspective that has never been publicly available. The room was quiet. "Okay," Harry said. Everyone looked at him. "I mean, okay," Harry said. "That's enormous. I'm aware it's enormous. I'm also 15 and I found out an hour ago that I'm apparently descended from Merlin, so I'm doing my best to process things in sequence." He looked at Ironbane. "Is the vault going anywhere?" "It has been sealed for 800 years, Ironbane said, with the precise intonation of someone who considered this an adequate answer. "Then it can wait until I've dealt with everything that can't," Harry said. Sirius made a sound that was mostly a laugh. Amelia Bones looked at Harry, and the smile did the full thing this time, arrived and stayed for a moment before being put away. "Gryffindor," she said, moving through the folder. "The seat is currently occupied by a ministry appointee, a man named Rentham who votes with the minister's block on everything and has done for 11 years. He'll be notified today." Hufflepuff, similar situation, different name, same voting pattern. She turned a page. Slytherin and Gaunt are both held by Malfoy proxies. Ravenclaw was in probate, represented by a Gringotts custodian who votes abstention on everything. "So if I take my seats," Harry said, working through the arithmetic, "the minister loses, what, 3 reliable votes? And Malfoy loses 3? 4, Amelia said. "Rentham also votes with Malfoy on anything Malfoy considers personally important. They have a financial arrangement that I've been aware of for some time but haven't been able to act on directly." She closed the folder. "You'd be walking into a chamber where, currently, the balance is roughly 60% conservative traditionalist bloc, 20% moderate, 20% variable depending on the issue. After today, if you take your seats, the numbers shift significantly." "How significantly?" Sirius said. "Significantly enough that certain pieces of legislation that have been waiting for a majority for 3 years will suddenly have one," she said. "Significantly enough that the minister's ability to direct the Wizengamot agenda becomes considerably more contested." She looked at Harry. "Significantly enough that anything Fudge wants to do about Voldemort's return, about Dumbledore, about you, about any of it, suddenly has to get past a voice that can block it." Harry let the weight of that settle. 9 seats. 9 votes. In a chamber where the difference between 30 and 40 votes determined whether Death Eaters walked free, whether werewolves had rights, whether a 15-year-old boy could be publicly smeared as a liar without institutional consequence. "Fudge is going to fight this," Harry said. "Cornelius Fudge," Amelia said precisely, "is going to have a very bad week." The door opened before anyone could respond to that, and Dawlish leaned in with the expression of a man delivering news he would personally rather not be delivering. "Ma'am," he said. "Dumbledore's here." Whatever Harry had expected the meeting with Dumbledore to feel like, it wasn't this. It wasn't the headmaster's office, wasn't the school, wasn't the particular ambient authority of Hogwarts that surrounded Dumbledore the way a halo surrounded painted saints. It was a ministry conference room at 7:40 in the morning, and Dumbledore came through the door in traveling robes that were deep purple and slightly dusty, as though he'd genuinely been somewhere and come directly from it, and he looked, for just one moment, before he arranged himself, surprised. Not at Harry's presence. At the rings. He saw them immediately, because Dumbledore always saw the things he was looking for immediately, and the rings on Harry's hands were exactly the sort of thing those blue eyes fixed on with laser precision. His expression did something complex and very fast, cycling through things Harry couldn't quite name before settling into the familiar gentle gravity that Harry had grown up treating as reliable. He was working harder at it than usual. "Harry," Dumbledore said, and the warmth in his voice was real. Harry had never doubted that, even this morning, even with the guardianship document sitting in a folder on the table he was about to sit down at. The warmth was real. That was what made it complicated. "I came as quickly as I could. I understand the morning has been eventful." "Sit down, Albus," Amelia said. Dumbledore looked at her and sat down. Harry watched him do it, watched the way the old man moved through the room, taking in the folder, the rings, Sirius sitting at Harry's shoulder with the black family ring on his hand and an expression that was doing its level best to be neutral, Ironbane standing by the wall like a particularly well-dressed piece of furniture. Harry watched Dumbledore catalogue all of this and file it and adjust, the way a very experienced chess player adjusts when they come to the board and find the pieces have moved overnight. "I'd like to start," Harry said, "before anyone else." Dumbledore looked at him. "I'm not angry," Harry said. "I want to say that first. I've been sitting here for an hour deciding whether I'm angry, and I've figured out that I'm not, or I am, but it's not the most important thing right now. So I'm setting it aside." He looked at the old man directly, the way he almost never let himself look at Dumbledore, without the deference he'd been trained into, without the habit of shrinking slightly in the presence of someone so obviously more powerful and more experienced. "I want to know if you read the will." The conference room was very still. "Yes," Dumbledore said. "I read it." "Before or after you filed the guardianship declaration?" A pause. Brief. Long enough to matter. "Before," Dumbledore said. Harry nodded slowly. "And you chose the Dursleys anyway." "I chose the Blood Wards," Dumbledore said, and his voice was level but there was something underneath it, not guilt exactly, but the specific weight of a man who has known for a long time that a defense he holds is also a wound. "The protection Lily's sacrifice created required her blood living in the same house as you. Petunia Dursley was the only candidate. Sirius was, in Azkaban," Harry said. "Where you didn't stop him being sent." "I was managing the immediate aftermath of Voldemort's fall," Dumbledore said. "The Ministry moved faster than Sirius didn't get a trial," Harry said. "Not because the Ministry moved fast. Because nobody asked for one. Including you." The silence this time was different. Heavier. Sirius was very still beside him. Harry didn't look at his godfather because looking at Sirius right now would cost him the levelness he was holding on to. "That," Dumbledore said, quietly, "is true. And it is a failure I have carried." He looked at Sirius, and something passed between them that was old and complicated and beyond Harry's full knowledge. "Sirius. I'm sorry." "We'll get to sorry later," Sirius said. His voice was tight and absolutely controlled. "Let's finish the present conversation first." Dumbledore looked back at Harry. "What would you like to know?" "Everything," Harry said. "But I'll start with this. The compulsion charms on the inheritance claims. The locked boxes. I understand some of those were historical, old succession agreements that locked down certain houses generations ago. But some were recent. Amelia tells me the Slytherin claim was bound in 1982. He held Dumbledore's gaze. "Did you do that?" Another pause. "Yes," Dumbledore said. "Why?" Dumbledore was quiet for a moment. Then he said, "Because the consolidation of those 9 houses in a single individual represents a concentration of political power that has not existed since the founders. And in 1982, the individual in question was a 1-year-old boy whose circumstances I could not fully predict. I was concerned about who might gain access to that power if it were left unsealed. You were concerned about controlling it," Harry said. "I was concerned about protecting it," Dumbledore said. "For you. Until you were ready." "I'm 15, Harry said. "I fought Voldemort in a graveyard 2 months ago. I watched Cedric Diggory die. I held a dead man's body while Voldemort was resurrected." He kept his voice level, kept it even, kept it from doing the thing it wanted to do. "At what point were you going to decide I was ready?" Dumbledore said nothing. "Or," Harry said, and this was the real question, the one that had been sitting at the back of his chest since he'd read the name on the guardianship declaration, "were you going to decide that at all? Was the plan that I would need you to decide it for me? That I'd come to you, when you thought it was time, and you'd hand it over, and I'd be grateful?" He paused. Was the plan that I never find out it was locked down in the first place? Dumbledore looked very old in that moment. Not in the way he usually looked old, the way that was venerability, the accumulated gravity of a man who had seen too much and thought about it all. He looked old the way people look when something they've been certain of for a long time becomes, in an instant, uncertain. "I love you, Harry," he said. "That has never been a strategy." "I know," Harry said. "I believe you. And I also think you decided what was best for me without asking me. Without asking Sirius. Without asking anyone who might have told you you were wrong." He sat forward slightly. "I think you've been doing that my whole life, and I think sometimes you were right, and I think sometimes you weren't, and I think the problem is that there was never any way for me to know the difference because you kept me from being able to." Amelia Bones was watching this with the expression of someone witnessing something they had not quite expected and were recalibrating around. Dumbledore looked at Harry for a long moment. The blue eyes were doing that thing they did, that seeing through you thing that Harry had never fully gotten used to, and then something in them settled, like a wave going flat. "You're right," Dumbledore said simply. It was not what Harry had expected him to say. "The compulsion charms on the Slytherin and Gaunt claims are lifted," Dumbledore continued. He drew his wand, and Harry noticed two of the Aurors outside shift, visible through the glass panel in the door, and held it on the table, pointed toward nothing. "They were lifted the moment the rings accepted you. I designed them to release on direct bloodline contact. I want you to know that." He looked at Harry. "I want you to know that I designed it to release. Not to hold." "Okay," Harry said. "The other claims, Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw, those were historical seals. I had no part in them." "Okay," Harry said again. Dumbledore looked at him. "You're not going to tell me it's fine," he said. "No," Harry said. "It's not fine. But it's done, and what I do with it from here is mine." He paused. "I'll still come back to Hogwarts. That's not changed. But things are going to be different." "Different how?" Dumbledore said. "I'll have 9 seats on the Wizengamot," Harry said. "Which means when you want to do something that affects me, corresponds about me, makes decisions that involve me, tells me things I need to know, I'd appreciate being treated like someone with 9 seats on the Wizengamot." He didn't say it with heat. He said it the way you say something that has become, simply, true. Dumbledore held his gaze for a long moment. Then he did something Harry had seen him do maybe twice in 4 years, both times in moments of genuine gravity. He inclined his head, slightly, with a deliberateness that was not a bow but was something in that territory. An acknowledgement of standing. "Of course, Lord Potter," he said. The title landed in the room like a stone into still water. Sirius let out a breath. Amelia straightened slightly. Even Ironbane, by his wall, shifted. Harry said nothing for a moment. Then, "Harry is fine." And something in Dumbledore's face unlocked, briefly, something that was relief and grief and genuine, complicated fondness, before he collected himself. "Harry," Dumbledore said. Then. The Wizengamot session Amelia had called was not the full session, that would be tomorrow morning, the formal hearing on Sirius's case. What she called this morning was a provisional acknowledgement of inheritance, which Ironbane explained on the way to the courtroom level was a procedural step that ensured the inheritance documentation was entered into the formal record before anyone had the opportunity to file a counterclaim. "Can someone file a counterclaim?" Harry said. "Malfoy will try," Ironbane said. "He will argue procedural irregularity, specifically, that the audit was initiated without a properly constituted inheritance petition from the claimant directly." "I was a minor under a magical guardianship," Harry said. "I couldn't file one." "That's the counter-argument," Ironbane said. "It's a good one. The question is whether we get the documentation into the formal record before he gets a counterclaim filed, in which case the burden of proof reverses. He has to prove irregularity in an acknowledged record, rather than us having to defend an unacknowledged one. He looked at Harry with his old amber eyes. Speed matters this morning. They moved quickly through the ministry corridors, and Harry noticed the effects of Amelia's 7:15 calls as they went. People stopped talking when they passed. Eyes tracked from Amelia to Harry to the rings visible on his hands with the specific quality of attention that preceded gossip. He caught 3 separate people reaching for quills almost reflexively, the way journalists did, and then apparently thinking better of it. By the time they reached the Wisengamot antechamber, a small crowd had gathered. Not a crowd in the street-level sense, a ministry crowd, which meant people in formal robes who had found reasons to be in this particular corridor at this particular time, clustered in 2s and 3s with conversations that were demonstrably less interesting than the thing they were actually there to observe. Harry recognized 2 faces from the newspaper. He recognized Cornelius Fudge standing to the side of the chamber doors in a lime-green bowler hat that looked even more incongruous than usual, his face doing something complicated between indignation and the awareness that indignation might not be tactically optimal. Fudge's eyes went to the rings on Harry's hands, and Harry watched him go slightly pale. "Mr. Potter," Fudge started. "Minister," Amelia said, without slowing, "you'll have the floor when the session opens. Not before." She pushed through the chamber doors. The Wisengamot chamber was tiered and circular and had the weight of centuries in its stone walls, the kind of weight that accumulated from significant decisions made repeatedly in the same room. The seats rose in curved rows, most of them empty at this hour, the morning light coming in through high windows and falling in angled columns across the stone floor below. Harry had been in this room before, the summer before last, in the lowest level, in front of a full session of the Wisengamot in a disciplinary hearing. He had stood in the center of that floor as the accused. He walked to the seats now. There was a section, Harry hadn't noticed it the first time, because he'd been looking at everything from below, where the oldest seats were, in the first tier, carved from the same stone as the walls. 9 of those seats had small brass plates at their backs with house names. Most of them had a different occupant's name on a paper card placed over the original plate, the way name cards were placed at formal dinners. Harry went down the row and pulled the cards off one by one. Rentham. Rentham proxy for Gryffindor. Hutchins for Hufflepuff. Malfoy Bletchley for Slytherin. Malfoy Goyle for Gaunt. Probate custodian for Ravenclaw. He set the cards on the floor. Not dramatically. Just set them down, the way you set down something that doesn't belong to you anymore. He sat in the Potter seat first, and then the others were close enough that sitting in one felt like inhabiting all of them. The rings made it feel that way, or perhaps it was just that the connection the ritual had opened hadn't fully closed. He sat in the middle of what had been 9 absent voices in a chamber that had been making decisions about the magical world for centuries, and felt the stone under him the way you feel ground underfoot after swimming, solid, present, immediate. Fudge came in behind Amelia, with 2 aides and the expression of a man who had been Minister for Magic for 6 years and was finding that this particular Tuesday was not conforming to expectations. He took his seat at the head of the chamber with the performance of authority that had stopped fooling Harry roughly 30 seconds after it had begun at age 12, and looked down at the tiered seats with an expression that finally settled on something like a man who has found an unexpected chess piece on the board and is trying to look like he put it there. "This session," Fudge said, "has been called for the purposes of entering an inheritance documentation package into the Wisengamot formal record. I want to note for that record that the Department of Magical Law Enforcement's decision to initiate an inheritance audit without a properly constituted, the audit was constituted under the Welfare and Protection of Magical Persons Act of 1887, Amelia said from her seat, without standing, without raising her voice. Section 14, subsection 3, investigation of welfare concerns may include audit of assets legally belonging to the protected person. The documentation is in order. I move to proceed with entry." "I second the motion," said a voice from the seats. Harry looked. The voice belonged to a woman he didn't know, late 50s, sharp-faced, wearing robes that were the dark green of old money rather than ministry blue. She was looking at Harry with the evaluating expression of someone who had read a great deal of documentation very recently and was making real-time decisions based on it. "Marchbanks," Sirius said quietly from beside him. Harry hadn't seen Griselda Marchbanks in the chamber before, but her name he knew from school. She'd been examining students for a very long time and was, apparently, also a senior Wizengamot member. "Motion seconded," Fudge said, with the look of someone whose script had been taken away. "Very well. The documentation is entered." He looked at Harry. "The Ministry notes the unusual nature of this morning's proceedings and reserves the right to review." "The Ministry can review whatever it likes," Harry said pleasantly. "That's what the process is for." Fudge stared at him. Harry looked back. There was a specific quality to the silence that settled over the chamber in that moment, not the silence of confrontation exactly, but the silence of a room recalibrating. Of people in the seats around him and above him making rapid, private calculations about what they were seeing. Harry Potter, who had been a name in the newspapers and a disciplinary hearing on the floor of this chamber, was sitting in a first-year seat with 9 house rings on his hands and speaking to the Minister of Magic in the tone of someone who was not, in fact, afraid of him. Which he wasn't. "There's one more thing," Harry said. He looked at Amelia. She nodded. "I'd like to formally petition for the immediate scheduling of a full exoneration hearing for Sirius Orain Black," Harry said, "to be held no later than tomorrow morning, as previously arranged with the head of the DMLE. He paused. "I'm submitting this petition in my capacity as Lord of House Potter, House Peverell, and House Black, through right of formal bestowal from the current recognized Lord Black, who is present in this chamber." He indicated Sirius with a slight gesture. Sirius, who had been sitting in the public gallery because he was technically still on provisional recognizance, stood up slowly. He was not in Auror custody. He was not shackled. He stood up in the Wizengamot chamber in clean robes that Amelia Bones had apparently thought to provide because she was a woman who thought of things like that, and he held up his hand with the Black family ring on it, and he looked at Lucius Malfoy. Because Lucius Malfoy had come in quietly 5 minutes ago and was sitting in the upper gallery with his hands folded and his expression sculpted into something meant to convey elegant disinterest, and had been watching Harry since he sat down with eyes that were doing a great deal of thinking behind the elegant disinterest. Their eyes met across the chamber, Sirius and Lucius, and something passed between them that was old and personal and entirely mutual. Lucius looked away first. Fudge was still making noise. Procedural objections, consultative requirements, review periods, and Amelia was answering each one with the same efficient precision, and the chamber was doing its bureaucratic thing, the grinding of formal process, and Harry sat in his seat in the middle of it and felt, very clearly, the shape of what this week was going to look like. He looked at the rings on his hands. 9 houses. 9 voices that had been silent for reasons ranging from deliberate suppression to the ancient caution of old magical families. 9 seats in a chamber where 3 votes had been, for most of his life, the difference between things getting better and things getting worse. He thought about the summer. About the locked bedroom and the empty owl cage and the nights of waking from the dream and lying in the dark with the weight of everything he'd seen in the graveyard pressing down on his chest. About Cedric. About his parents' signatures on a will that nobody had bothered to read. He thought about next year. About Voldemort back and gathering strength. About the Ministry choosing to deny it rather than face it, choosing to make Harry the problem because the problem he was pointing at was larger than they wanted to acknowledge. He thought about Hogwarts, and Umbridge coming. Sirius had mentioned Umbridge during the rushed conversation at the safe house, though they hadn't gotten to the details yet, and the particular cold fury he'd felt when Sirius explained what the Ministry planned to install in his school, in his world, with his name on a file somewhere as the thing they were worried about. The chamber session concluded 20 minutes later with the documentation formally entered, the exoneration hearing scheduled for tomorrow morning, and Cornelius Fudge managing, through an effort that was visible from the first-tier seats, to look like this had all gone approximately as he'd intended. As they filed out, Griselda Marchbanks fell into step beside Harry with the ease of someone who had been moving through these corridors for longer than most of the stone had been polished. Lord Potter, she said. Harry's fine, he said. She looked at him sideways. Harry, then. She was quiet for a moment. I examined your grandmother Fleamont in her OWLS. And your father. And your mother. She kept walking. I've examined a great many students who turned out to be a great many things. Some of them surprised me. She glanced at him. I want you to know that I voted for you to receive full marks on your defense practical, at your OWL pre-assessment board last spring. The vote was overturned by ministerial directive. Harry said nothing for a moment. I didn't know there was a pre-assessment board. Most students don't, Marchbanks said. It's an internal calibration exercise. It doesn't affect grades, except in cases where the ministry chooses to intervene. She paused. I raise it only to say that certain people have been, for some time, interested in ensuring your abilities are not formally recognized. I thought you should know. Why are you telling me? Harry said. Because I've been in that chamber since before Cornelius Fudge was born, she said, and I know the difference between a political moment and a historical one. She stopped at the corridor junction where her route and his diverged. I expect you'll see more of me this week, Lord Potter. She turned and walked away without waiting for him to respond, which Harry found he respected immensely. Sirius appeared at his elbow. Make friends fast, he observed. She knew my grandmother, Harry said. Everyone in that building knew someone who knew someone, Sirius said. That's the whole point. It's a machine made of relationships. He fell into step beside Harry as they headed back toward Amelia's department. Speaking of which, Malfoy left before the session ended. He was writing a letter on his way out. I could see the quill moving from the gallery. He's telling someone, Harry said. He's telling Voldemort, Sirius said, and said it plainly, without flinching from it. Maybe not directly, maybe through Snape or one of the others. But whatever happens in this building before sundown will be in Voldemort's ear by midnight. He looked at Harry. Does that concern you? Harry thought about it. It would have concerned me last summer, he said. When Voldemort didn't have a body. When he was something I could pretend wasn't there if I worked at it. He paused. He's back now. He knows where I am and what I am regardless of what happens in the Wizengamot. The question was never whether he'd come after me. The question is whether I have the tools to deal with it when he does. He looked at his hands. I have more tools than I did yesterday. Sirius looked at him for a moment with that particular expression, the grief and pride and fierce, complicated love of a man looking at a boy and seeing both the child he should have been raising and the person that child had become without him. Yeah, Sirius said. You do. They found Amelia in her office, which was a more comfortable room than the working space below, walls of organized files, a window that looked out over a grey London morning, a desk covered in controlled chaos that was clearly the chaos of someone who knew where everything was. She was speaking to a young Auror in hushed tones that stopped when Harry and Sirius came in. The Auror left. Problem? Harry said. Predictable development, Amelia said. She sat down behind her desk and rubbed her eyes briefly, the first crack in her composure he'd seen all morning. Fudge has called an internal review of the welfare audit's authorization. He's trying to contest the procedural basis before the documentation can be challenged formally. Can he succeed? Harry said. No, she said. But he can slow things down, and slowing things down is currently his best option. She looked up. He's also, and this is the development, requested that the Hogwarts Board of Governors confirm the appointment of Dolores Umbridge as High Inquisitor, effective the 1st of September. He tried to get it through yesterday, before any of this. He got confirmation late last night. Harry sat down in the chair across from her desk. Umbridge. Do you know who she is? Sirius told me some, Harry said. Tell me the rest. She's been in the ministry for 20 years, Amelia said. Started in the improper use of magic office, moved into magical creatures regulation, currently senior undersecretary to the minister. She was responsible for drafting the legislation restricting werewolf rights in 1993. She paused. She's the person who sent Dementors to Surrey last summer, Harry. Harry looked at her. The unauthorized Dementor deployment that resulted in your underage magic charge, Amelia said. That was her. Not officially, there's no formal record connecting her to the order, and I couldn't prove it when I investigated last month. But the circumstantial evidence is, she paused, and her voice did something tightly controlled, overwhelming. The room was very quiet. Harry thought about the street in Little Whinging. About Dudley on the ground and the cold, reaching darkness that was the worst thing he'd ever felt, and his wand in his hand before he'd thought about it. She tried to have me expelled, he said. Through her own Dementors. Yes, Amelia said simply. Harry sat with that. Let it settle. Let himself feel the anger that wanted to come and then set it aside, because anger right now was expensive and he had a long week to spend it on. She's coming to Hogwarts, he said. Yes. As High Inquisitor. It's a new role, Amelia said. Created specifically, by ministerial decree. It gives her the authority to evaluate, discipline, and if necessary dismiss Hogwarts staff. She looked at him steadily. And to evaluate students. Regulate curriculum. Discipline students who, and I'm reading from the actual decree here, promote or distribute material contrary to the Ministry's current guidance on magical security concerns. Which means anyone who talks about Voldemort, Harry said. Which means anyone who talks about Voldemort, Amelia confirmed. Harry looked at the window. The grey London morning was getting lighter, the sun coming up somewhere behind the clouds, and the city below was becoming itself, noise and traffic and movement, the ordinary massive engine of a place that had no idea what was happening in the floors below its streets. She won't like what she finds when she gets there, Harry said. No, Amelia agreed. I don't expect she will. Something passed through her expression then, something that was not quite a smile and not quite satisfaction but was somewhere in that territory, the look of a woman who had spent 30 years navigating a system that required her to be twice as careful and half as visible as the men around her, and who had, this morning, done something that would have very significant consequences. What about you? Harry said. What does today cost you? She looked at him. You went around Fudge, Harry said. You went around Dumbledore, partially. You brought 8 Aurors to Surrey on your own authority, initiated an audit under a provision most people probably forgot existed, and staged an inheritance ritual that's just shifted the political balance of the Wizengamot. He watched her. Fudge doesn't fire you, because you're too visible and too senior and it would look like exactly what it is. But he'll make it difficult. He'll put people in your way. He'll question your decisions in public. He'll try, she said. Does it worry you? She was quiet for a moment. Then, I have a niece at Hogwarts, she said again, the same words as this morning at the table, but with a different weight to them now. And I have a nephew who died at Amelia Bones' hands because good people decided that certain political considerations outweighed doing the right thing. She held Harry's gaze. I stopped being worried about what's convenient for Cornelius Fudge a long time ago. Harry held her gaze for a moment. Then he nodded once. Outside in the corridor, he could hear the ministry beginning its day in earnest, voices, footsteps, the institutional hum of a bureaucracy getting up to speed. Somewhere in this building, Lucius Malfoy was on a fireplace or a mirror or a very carefully worded owl, telling someone that the morning had not gone the way they'd planned. Somewhere else, Cornelius Fudge was shouting at an aide or 3. Somewhere above them all, in whatever room she occupied in this building, Dolores Umbridge was probably reading a briefing about a High Inquisitor appointment and feeling pleased about it. Harry stood, and the rings caught the morning light, all 9, different metals, different ages, the accumulated weight of bloodlines and history and theft and inheritance, all settled now on the hands of a 15-year-old boy who had not gone back to sleep after his 4:47 wake-up and did not expect to sleep much tonight either. "I need to write to Ron and Hermione," he said. "They're going to find out through the prophet anyway." "The story will break by this afternoon," Amelia confirmed. "Rita Skeeter has contacts in the records office." "Of course she does," Harry said. He looked at Sirius. "Can we do that from the safe house?" "Already thinking about it," Sirius said. He glanced at Amelia. "Is it still secure?" "For now," she said. "I'd suggest Grimmauld Place as a longer-term option. I know it's," she paused, "complicated, for you. But it's under a Fidelius, which the safe house isn't." Sirius made a face that moved through several things quickly and settled somewhere pragmatic. "I was going to have to go back eventually," he said. "Might as well be now, with a reason." Harry looked at him. "Is that okay?" "No," Sirius said honestly. "But it's manageable. And you should see it, the house. It's yours too, technically, through the black seat." He looked at Harry's hands. "Everything is yours technically, at this point. Which is both the solution and a new category of problem." Harry thought about that, about what it meant to have power that was real and substantial and public, in a world that had spent 15 years treating him as either a symbol or a liability. "One problem at a time," he said. "One problem at a time," Sirius agreed. They walked out into the corridor together, into the noise and light of the ministry morning, and Harry kept his hands visible, the rings catching the light, and met every eye that turned toward him with the same steady, undemonstrative gaze, not aggressive, not performing, just present. Just clear. A 14-year-old boy might have wanted to hide them, or explain them, or feel strange about the attention. Harry Potter, who had put a dead man's body on the ground in front of his father's headstone and come home anyway, tucked his hands into the pockets of his jeans and walked through the Ministry of Magic like he'd been doing it for years. Which, in some sense that mattered, he had. Chapter 3, The Shape of War. Grimmauld Place arrived the way it always did, not gradually, the way most buildings announce themselves, but all at once, shouldering into existence between numbers 11 and 13 with the aggressive solidity of something that had been there the entire time and resented the implication that it hadn't. Harry had been there once before, briefly, at the tail end of third year when Sirius had used it as a dead drop for letters. He hadn't gone inside. Standing on the pavement in the grey August morning with his trunk at his feet and Hedwig's cage under his arm, he looked up at the black door and the peeling paint and the general architectural atmosphere of a house that had decided cheerfulness was for other buildings, and thought that it looked exactly like somewhere the Black family would have lived. "It's worse inside," Sirius said. "Fair warning." "How much worse?" "There's a portrait of my mother in the entrance hall that screams," Sirius said. "I've been trying to get it off the wall for 2 years. It's stuck. I think she had it bolted on specifically to spite me from the afterlife." They went in. The house was dark and cold and smelled of old magic and disuse and something underneath both of those that Harry's nose couldn't name but his scar registered as a faint, distant discomfort, like a bruise you'd forgotten about. The wallpaper in the entrance hall was the color of dried blood and the mounted house elf heads on the wall were exactly as grim as their reputation. Harry looked at them for a moment and made a private note that was going to change, and moved on before Sirius noticed him looking. The portrait was at the far end of the hall, covered by a heavy curtain that Sirius had apparently installed. It bulged slightly as they passed, as though whatever was behind it could detect their presence. Sirius walked past it with the careful studied indifference of someone who had learned that acknowledging it made it worse. The kitchen was in the basement and was the best room in the house, large, warm once Sirius got the fire going, with a long table scarred by decades of use and a ceiling hung with dried herbs that had gone to dust but still contributed something herbal to the air. Harry sat down at the table and felt the particular exhaustion of a morning that had contained too many significant things arrive all at once, like a tide going out. He put his hands on the table. Looked at the rings again. You need to eat, Sirius said, from where he was opening cupboards with the cautious optimism of someone expecting to find nothing and occasionally finding something concerning. Amelia's people are sending over supplies, Harry said. Dawlish mentioned it. Dawlish is surprisingly useful, Sirius said. I've been revising my opinion of him upward all morning. What was your original opinion? Man who follows orders, Sirius said. Still is, mostly. But he follows Amelia's orders, which means his average outcome is decent. He found something in a back cupboard that turned out to be tea and held it up with the triumph of someone who had located a significant resource. Right. Tea. We're functioning. Harry almost laughed. Almost. He pulled parchment from his bag. He'd kept it with him rather than the trunk on the principle that the trunk might get lost in the shuffle of the morning, and his instincts about what to keep on his person had been honed by a few years of irregular emergencies, and uncapped his ink. He sat there for a moment looking at the blank parchment and trying to work out how to begin. Ron, something happened this morning. Several things. I need you to read this whole letter before you react. He crossed that out. Ron, Hermione, by the time you get this, you'll probably have seen the prophet. Don't believe everything it says, but you can believe the part about the rings. He crossed that out too. He wrote, everything changed this morning. Let me tell you how. And then he wrote for 40 minutes straight, while Sirius made tea and moved around the kitchen with the careful quietness of someone relearning how to occupy a space they'd hated and left and come back to, and Hedwig sat on his shoulder and watched the letter grow with the focused attention of someone anticipating employment. By the time Harry finished, the tea was ready and the letter was 4 pages, which was longer than any letter he'd written since the summer after second year when he'd been stuck at the Dursleys with no access to his friends and had compensated by writing very long letters that he never sent. This one he would send. He read it back, crossed out 2 sentences that were angrier than he wanted Ron and Hermione's first impression of the morning to be, added a postscript that said Hermione, before you research the Emery's claim, I already know. Yes, it's real. Yes, I know. And then added a second postscript that said Ron, tell your mom I'm fine before she finds out from the prophet. He rolled it up and looked at Hedwig. You're going to be busy today, he told her. She clicked her beak with great dignity and held out her leg. He sent her out through the kitchen window into the gray morning and watched her go, and then sat back with his tea and felt the kitchen settle around him, the fire, the worn table, the smell of old herbs, the weight of a house that had been lonely for a long time and was now, improbably, occupied. Sirius, he said. Tell me about Umbridge. Sirius sat down across from him and wrapped both hands around his mug. What specifically? Everything you know, Harry said. Not what I already got from Amelia. The texture of it. What kind of person is she? Sirius looked at his tea for a moment. The worst kind, he said. Not the kind that commits evil grandly and knows it, that kind is at least honest about what it's doing. Umbridge is the kind that commits cruelty bureaucratically. She files the right paperwork. She cites the correct statutes. She smiles while she does it and genuinely, sincerely believes she's maintaining order. He paused. The werewolf legislation I mentioned, she didn't just draft it. She advocated for it in committee hearings for 3 years, and in every hearing she was perfectly pleasant and completely certain she was protecting the public good. He looked up. That kind of person is harder to fight than someone who knows they're doing wrong, because they can't be shamed and they can't be appealed to. The only language they understand is power and authority, because those are the only things that register as real to them. Harry nodded slowly. She's going to try to control Hogwarts. She's going to try to control you, Sirius said. Hogwarts is the method. You're the objective. Fudge needs the narrative, the one where Dumbledore is a destabilizing influence and you're a troubled, attention-seeking teenager who's been taken advantage of by a senile headmaster, to survive the next 6 months politically. Umbridge is the instrument for making that narrative stick. He looked at Harry steadily. Or she would have been. Before this morning. What does this morning change? Harry said. Not rhetorically. He wanted Sirius's read on it. You walk into that school in September as Lord of 9 Houses, Sirius said. With a Wisengamot seat. With formal political standing that means any disciplinary action taken against you is subject to review as political interference with an elected member of the legislative body. He ticked points on his fingers. She can't detain you without cause. She can't interfere with your correspondence. She can't impose restrictions on a Wisengamot member's private activities without a formal review petition. He paused. She's going to hate you. She already hates me, Harry said. She sent Dementors to my street. She hated the version of you she thought she understood, Sirius said. The orphan boy with delusions of importance and a tragic backstory. That version she could manage. He looked at the rings. This version is a different problem entirely. The kitchen was quiet except for the fire. Upstairs, the house made its old sounds, wood settling, pipes in the walls, the particular acoustics of a large building adjusting to unexpected occupation. What do we do about Pettigrew? Harry said. Sirius was very still for a moment. That's not a morning question, he said. The exoneration session is tomorrow, Harry said. Pettigrew is the exoneration. Someone has to produce him, testify about him, or produce enough documented evidence to account for his absence. Do you have any of that? Amelia has been working on it, Sirius said, in the careful voice of someone who trusts the process but is not entirely relaxed about its dependence on other people. Apparently Dumbledore's testimony, combined with the pensive memory he submitted in 1994, plus Remus's signed statement from the same period, the case is strong. It was always strong. The problem was never the evidence. He paused. The problem was that trying someone in absentia requires the presiding chief warlock to rule the evidence of flight sufficient for a finding of guilt by default, and in 1993 and 1994 Fudge was leaning on Dumbledore to keep the whole thing quiet. And now? Harry said. Now Dumbledore's incentive structure has changed, Sirius said. Now I have a godson with 9 house rings who has made it clear in a ministry conference room that he expects to be treated as a person rather than a piece on someone else's board. He looked at Harry with something warm in his grey eyes. I think Albus will testify properly tomorrow. I think he knows he needs to. He does, Harry said. He knows it and he means it. He's been doing this so long that the habit of managing things is, he stopped, looking for the right word. Structural, he said finally. It's structural in him. He doesn't decide to manage things. He just does, because he's been doing it for 70 years and he's usually right. Usually, Sirius said. Usually, Harry agreed. They sat with the fire and the tea and the weight of the morning, and then the knock came at the kitchen door, not the front door, the side entrance, which meant someone who knew the house, and Sirius was on his feet with his wand before Harry had fully processed the sound. The person who came through the door was tall, red-haired, wearing Gringotts robes and an expression that combined professional composure with something that was doing its level best not to be excited. Bill Weasley looked between Sirius and Harry, took in the wand, took in the rings on Harry's hands, and held up both his own hands in the universal indication of non-hostility. Mrs. Bones sent me, he said. I'm the inheritance liaison for the Potter Peveril Emery's consolidated audit. Bill Weasley. He nodded at Harry. I know who you are. Harry said, and then, you're Ron's brother. Guilty, Bill said, dropping into a chair with the ease of someone who'd been in this kitchen before and found it comfortable. He had a leather satchel over one shoulder that clinked and rustled with the specific sounds of important documents. Mum is going to be absolutely furious and incredibly relieved simultaneously when she finds out you're here. I'd prepare yourself for that. Is she? Harry started. I haven't told her yet, Bill said. I found out about the morning's proceedings at 6:30 from a Gringotts notification and came directly here on Amelia Bones's instruction. Mum will find out when she finds out, which is going to be soon, because, he looked at Harry with a grin that was entirely Ron's brother, you know how she is. Harry did know how she was. The knowledge was warm. Right, Bill said, pulling the satchel open. I've got a lot of ground to cover and I want to do it before this afternoon's profit hits the streets, because once that happens your fireplace is going to be, he made an expressive gesture, not quiet. He laid documents on the table with the systematic efficiency of someone who'd done this many times and found an order to it that worked. The consolidated audit covers 9 houses. I'm going to go through the financial summary first, then the properties, then the legal instruments, and then, he paused, and the grin went briefly sideways, and then the Emery's Vault specifics, which I have been authorized to discuss preliminarily because Ironbane wants you to understand what you're walking into before you walk into it. Walk into it when? Harry said. Whenever you're ready, Bill said. But given what's happening politically this week, Ironbane thinks sooner is better than later. Summary first, Harry said. Properties and finance. Bill pulled out a single sheet with figures on it that he placed in front of Harry. Harry looked at it. He looked at it for a long time. That's how many galleons, he said. In the consolidated Potter Peveril Emery's Vault, Bill said, with the professional neutrality of someone who worked with large numbers regularly and had developed immunity to being impressed by them. That's before the Slytherin and Gaunt vaults, which are, he laid a second sheet down, like that. Harry looked at the second sheet. Right, he said. And this, Bill said, placing a third sheet, is the property inventory. Just the headline items. Harry read it. He read it twice. There are 11 properties listed here. 12, actually, the bottom one is in Wales and the notation is small. Bill sat back. Most of them are in varying states of use, let's say. Some of them are tenanted. Some of them are sealed. Potter Manor is, Potter Manor, Harry said. Was your family's primary residence before Godric's Hollow, Bill said. He paused. It's in the Cotswolds. Been in trust since 1981. The trust manager has kept it maintained. He met Harry's eyes. It's yours, Harry. Has been the whole time. Harry sat with that for a moment. He had an image, not a memory, couldn't be a memory, he'd been a year old, of a house that was not Privet Drive. Of a place that was actually, genuinely his. He put it aside for now. Later. That was for later. Tell me about the Emery's Vault, he said. Bill picked up a different document, this one on Gringotts parchment, thicker than the standard issue, with Ironbane's seal at the bottom. What I can tell you preliminarily, the vault was sealed with a Merlin-specific blood key in the 12th century. The blood key responds to your verified bloodline. You can open it. He paused. Inside, based on the external resonance scan that Gringotts conducted when the inheritance ritual confirmed the claim, there are approximately 4,000 volumes. We don't know what they all are. We know the library has been self-cataloging since it was sealed, which means there's an index, which means, Merlin's library organized itself for 800 years, Harry said. Apparently so, Bill said. There are also, he looked at the document, 12 artifact cases, a correspondence archive, and what the scan reads as a sealed chamber within the vault. We don't know what's in the sealed chamber. Something Merlin sealed inside his own vault, Sirius said, from where he'd sat back down with his second mug of tea. That's not ominous at all. Ironbane says the resonance signature is benign, Bill said, with the air of someone who is repeating something that was said with confidence and is personally not entirely sure how to calibrate his own confidence in it. Whatever it is, it's not hostile. When can I go? Harry said. Tomorrow afternoon, if the exoneration session is done by noon, Bill said. Ironbane will arrange access. Good. Harry nodded. What about the political instruments? The Wisengamot seat administration, the proxy votes. What do I need to do to formally seat myself? Bill pulled out another folder. This is where it gets complicated, he said. The 9 seats are acknowledged. But seating yourself, actually exercising the votes, requires your formal presence in the chamber for the opening of the next scheduled session, which is in 3 weeks. That's the General Assembly session, 1st of September. He paused. However, Harry said. However, 3 of those seats, Slytherin, Gaunt, Ravenclaw, were being held by proxies under instruments that are now void, Bill said. Those proxy votes are already gone. The people holding them can't use them as of this morning. That's immediate. He looked at Harry. The Gryffindor and Hufflepuff seats were being held by ministry appointees. Those appointments are also void, because the inheritance supersedes. But the removal of those appointees has to be formally processed by the Wisengamot clerk's office. He paused again. Currently, the clerk's office is run by a man named Hopkirk who has worked for Fudge for 9 years. Hopkirk who sent me the improper use of magic notice after the Dementor attack, Harry said. Bill looked at him. Yes, actually. The same Hopkirk. He set the folder down. He's going to be slow about processing those removals. Very slow. Can I speed that up? Harry said. Formally? Bill said. With enough legal pressure, possibly. There's a provisions clause in the Wisengamot administration rules that allows a member to petition for expedited processing if they can demonstrate that the delay constitutes a material interference with their legitimate governance function. He paused. It's been used twice in the last 200 years. Then I'll use it a 3rd time, Harry said. Who do I need to talk to? Amelia can advise you on which Wisengamot members to approach for supporting signatures on the petition, Bill said. He was writing something on a piece of parchment as he spoke, quick professional notes. You'd need 3 signatures from sitting members. Not appointed proxies, actual members. Marchbanks, Harry said immediately. She'll sign it. Who else? Tiberius Ogden, Sirius said, from his chair. He's been fighting Fudge's block for years. Old family, independent, no particular loyalties to anyone except his own opinion. He looked at Harry. And Augusta Longbottom. Harry thought about that. Neville's grandmother. Augusta's been in the Wisengamot since before I was born, Sirius said. And she and your grandmother were friends. He paused. She also has reasons of her own to be less than enthusiastic about the current ministry's direction. Frank and Alice, Harry said quietly. Among other things, Sirius said. She's never forgiven the ministry for classifying the attack on Frank and Alice as a Death Eater operation and then closing the investigation when it became politically inconvenient. He paused. She'll respect what you're doing. She might help. Harry nodded. He looked at Bill. What else do I need to know before I walk into the exoneration session tomorrow? Bill pulled the last item from his satchel, and this one was not a financial document. It was a sheaf of profit clippings, spanning years, held together with a clip. He set them on the table without comment. Harry looked at the top one. 14 months old. Boy who lived, troubled past or troubled present. His own face staring out from below the headline, looking younger than he did now and considerably less certain. He looked at the next one. Dumbledore's dangerous favorite, inside Hogwarts culture of favoritism. Then, is Harry Potter mentally fit for magical education? He put them down. Didn't read the rest. That's the narrative, Bill said, not unkindly. The one Fudge built. The one Umbridge is coming to Hogwarts to reinforce. He looked at Harry. I'm not showing you to upset you. I'm showing you because you need to understand what you're walking back into, and how different you're walking back as. I know, Harry said. The Prophet is going to have to run a different story after this morning, Bill said. They won't do it willingly, and Skeeter will try to find an angle that makes the inheritance look sinister or opportunistic rather than legitimate. But they'll have to cover it, and they'll have to cover the exoneration hearing, and they'll have to cover the Wisengamot session in September. He paused. The narrative changes because the facts change. It doesn't change overnight. But it changes. I'm not worried about the prophet, Harry said. What are you worried about? Bill said. It was a genuine question, asked without agenda. Harry thought about it honestly. The DA, he said. Bill blinked. I'm sorry. Defense Association, Harry said. Last year some of us were talking, before everything with Cedric, about whether we were learning enough actual defensive magic. Proper combat magic, not just theory and examination technique. He looked at the clippings. Umbridge is going to get the defense curriculum. Fudge wants students who can answer questions about magical regulation, not students who can fight Death Eaters. He paused. I was thinking about doing something about that. Teaching, basically. A group. Illegally, Bill said. Probably, Harry said, without particular concern. Although, he looked at his hands, at the rings, and something occurred to him. Actually. Can a sitting Wisengamot member authorize an extracurricular educational program at Hogwarts? Bill stared at him. Then he laughed, a real laugh, surprised out of him. I genuinely don't know. I'd have to look at the Hogwarts charter. He pulled out his parchment again and wrote something. I will look at the Hogwarts charter. Sirius was grinning. He's going to do this, he said to Bill. He's going to find a completely legal way to do the illegal thing. It's not illegal if it's legal, Harry said. That's the definition, yes, Sirius said. James would have found it anyway without the legal framework and then made Remus do the paperwork afterward. He looked at Harry. You're doing the paperwork first. Hermione's influence, Harry said. The afternoon came in on grey wings, the London sky doing nothing dramatic, the house settling into its occupation. Dawlish arrived at noon with 3 boxes of food from an Auror-adjacent supplier that apparently kept non-expiring stock for safe house situations, nothing elegant, but solid and plentiful, and the information that the Prophet's evening edition was already being written. He didn't say what it said. He also brought a message from Amelia. Lucius Malfoy had filed a formal objection to the inheritance documentation on grounds of procedural irregularity, exactly as Ironbane had predicted. The hearing date for the objection would be, at the earliest, 3 weeks out, given the current schedule. The documentation remained in the formal record in the meantime. So he can't block it today, Harry said. He can't block it this week, Dawlish said. Long term, he'll argue it. He's already retained Cornelius Fudge's personal legal counsel. Of course he has, Sirius said. He's also, Dawlish said, with the expression of someone reading from a note he finds personally interesting, filed a separate petition requesting that the Wisengamot seat transfers be suspended pending resolution of the objection. The legal basis is thin, but it's Hopkirk who has to rule on it, Harry said. Dawlish looked at him. Yes. Then he'll rule to suspend, Harry said. Which is fine. Amelia said we need 3 signatures for the expedited processing petition. I need to see Marchbanks, Ogden, and Augusta Longbottom. He looked at Sirius. Today, if possible. Sirius and Dawlish exchanged a glance that had the quality of 2 people recalibrating their mental model of what the next few hours looked like. Marchbanks I can arrange, Dawlish said slowly. Ogden I'd need to make a call. Longbottom, he paused, Augusta Longbottom has not had contact with the Ministry on non-mandatory matters since 2003. She's going to require, I'll write her directly, Harry said. Do you have her address? I have her Wisengamot correspondence address, Dawlish said. That'll do. Harry pulled a fresh piece of parchment toward him. He paused. Sirius, What do I call her in the letter? Formally? Lady Longbottom, Sirius said. She'll appreciate the form. Harry wrote. He was aware of Sirius and Dawlish watching him with the specific quality of attention that he was going to have to get used to, the watching of people who had updated their model and were now running it forward to see what it predicted. He finished the letter to Augusta Longbottom in 7 minutes, read it back, thought about it, added one line at the bottom, and put down his quill. What did you add? Sirius said. Told her it's about Neville too, Harry said. Indirectly. I said there are matters relating to the Longbottom family's inherited interests that I believed she would want to discuss. He paused. I don't know the full details. But the way Amelia was talking about the Wizengamot proxy structure, Frank held a seat, Sirius said, quietly. Before St. Mungo's. The Longbottom seat has been in administrative custody since 1982. He looked at Harry steadily. Augusta tried to reclaim it through the courts 3 times. She was told the case wasn't sufficiently supported. Harry looked at him. But Neville is Frank's son, Sirius said. Direct heir. And he's a minor, so the claim sits in limbo until he comes of age, or until someone with enough legal weight argues the case in the right room. He held Harry's gaze. You can't give him his father's seat. That's not yours to give. But you can put that case in a room where it might actually be heard. Harry folded the letter to Augusta Longbottom, then picked it back up and added 2 more lines at the bottom. Better? Sirius said. Better, Harry said. He sent it with a ministry owl that Dawlish produced, because Hedwig was still out. She'd been gone since morning and was probably on her way back from the Burrow, which meant she'd been dealing with Molly Weasley's response, which he could only imagine. Marchbanks came in person at 2 in the afternoon. She walked into the Grimmauld Place kitchen with the particular air of a woman who had been in a great many kitchens that were more impressive than this one and found none of them intimidating, looked at Harry across the table with those sharp evaluating eyes, and sat down without being invited. I've read the documentation, she said. The Gringotts audit, the welfare assessment, the inheritance record. She set her hands on the table. I will sign the expedited processing petition. Thank you, Harry said. I want something in return, she said. Harry looked at her. Not for me, she said immediately, and the sharpness in her voice was a different kind, the sharpness of someone preempting a misunderstanding. I want nothing for myself. What I want is a commitment, informal, not binding, not political, that when you sit down in that chamber in September, you'll take a particular look at the committee structure for magical education oversight. She held his gaze. The current committee has not had an independent member for 6 years. It has been directed entirely by Fudge's appointees. The curriculum standards they've issued, she paused, and something behind her eyes went briefly sharp with anger, are an embarrassment. I've spent 40 years examining students and I can tell you, year by year, the point at which the standards started dropping, and it maps directly onto the point at which that committee became a rubber stamp. I'll look at it, Harry said. I don't want you to look at it, she said. I want you to care about it. Harry held her gaze. I do care about it, he said. I have, he paused, deciding how much to say, specific reasons to care about what students are and aren't being taught, particularly in defense. She looked at him for a moment with those old, sharp, clear eyes. The Defense Association, she said. He blinked. I'm old, she said, not deaf. There have been rumors among the staff for 2 years. A practical defense group, student-led. I know who runs it. She paused. I also know that Dolores Umbridge has been briefed on it and intends to use the new High Inquisitor provisions to shut it down. She met his eyes. If it were operating under formal authorization, she couldn't touch it. I'm working on that, Harry said. I know, she said, with an expression that suggested she had been watching him work on it from the moment she'd walked into the room and found him with documents and parchment and ink. Hence the petition. She pulled a quill from her robes and held out her hand for the petition document that Dawlish produced from his folder. She signed it with the specific brisk confidence of a woman who had been signing important things for a very long time. "Ogden will sign it," she said, standing. "Don't bother making a trip. I'll send it to him with a note." She looked at Harry. "He'll want to meet you eventually. He's going to be in your camp. He's not complicated in that sense, he's one of those people who makes up his mind about a person quickly and then sticks to it. He's made up his mind about Fudge and Malfoy years ago." She tucked her quill away. "Augusta Longbottom, on the other hand, is considerably more complicated." "How so?" Harry said. "She's proud," Marchbanks said. "She has a great deal of pride and she's been protecting it for 20 years against a ministry that's been quietly suggesting that her family is a cautionary tale rather than a tragedy." She looked at Harry with those eyes. "Be careful how you approach the frank question. She loves that boy with a fierceness that has kept her going for 20 years. Don't make her feel like you're doing her a favor." She paused at the door. "Make her feel like you're doing something that is simply correct." "Because it is," Harry said. Marchbanks looked at him. "Yes," she said. "Because it is." She left. Sirius released a long breath. "She's formidable," Harry said. "She's been formidable since Voldemort was in nappies," Sirius said. "The Marchbanks family has been neutral independent in Wizengamot politics since the founding. She's not joining anyone's faction. But she just signed your petition, which means she's decided you're worth the signal." "What signal is that?" "That you're serious," Sirius said. "That you're not just a name with rings. That the boy who walked in here this morning and sat at this table and started writing letters and asking the right questions is actually," he paused, "is actually what the morning suggested he might be." Harry looked at his godfather. "And what's that?" Sirius leaned forward slightly, and his voice was quiet and direct in the way it got when he was being absolutely honest. "Someone who's going to make a difference," he said. "Not because of the rings. Not because of the vault numbers or the seats or the political weight." He held Harry's eyes. "Because you sat in that conference room this morning and you looked at Dumbledore, Albus Dumbledore, who has been the most powerful man in this country for 50 years, and you told him the truth without flinching. Because you made decisions in 5-second windows that most people would have agonized over for a week." He paused. "Because you thought of Neville." Harry looked away, at the fire. "The rings are the mechanism," Sirius said. "You're the reason it matters." Augusta Longbottom's reply arrived at 4 in the afternoon, short and formal and written in handwriting that had the character of someone who had learned to write when penmanship was considered a moral quality. She would see Lord Potter tomorrow, she wrote, at 10 in the morning at Longbottom House in Somerset, prior to the Wizengamot session. She had read his letter. She had noted the reference to Neville and to the Longbottom family interests. She had noted, also, the final 2 lines he had added at the bottom. She did not mention what she thought of them. Harry showed the letter to Sirius. "What did those last 2 lines say?" Sirius asked, because he hadn't read over Harry's shoulder. "I told her," Harry said, "that her son Frank's friends had not forgotten him. And that some of them had children who hadn't either." Sirius was quiet for a moment. "Yeah," he said. "That'll do it." The evening came, and the kitchen got warmer, and Dawlish left and came back with an update. Ogden had signed the petition, Marchbanks had been efficient about the note, and left again. Outside, London went about its enormous ordinary life. Somewhere in that life, a Prophet Evening Edition was landing on doorsteps and owls were carrying it to subscribers in Hogsmeade and Diagon Alley and every wizarding household in Britain, and the story it told was the one Harry had become familiar with: speculation, angle, narrative. But tonight the speculation would have to accommodate 9 house rings and a morning that had actually happened, and Harry thought that this time, for once, the facts were bigger than the spin. Ron's response arrived with Hedwig at 5:30. It was 3 lines long. Harry mate what? 9 houses? Mum is making a face I've never seen before, it's mostly crying I think. Come to the burrow as soon as you can. Also Hermione says she told you the Emery's bloodline was real and wants it noted that she said so first. Harry read it twice. Smiled, actually smiled, the real kind, not the managed kind he'd been deploying all day. He looked at Hedwig, who had a second letter attached to her leg that was clearly from Hermione because it was much longer and had footnotes. He would read Hermione's letter later. He already knew what it said. He knew what mattered right now, which was that the world had changed today in real and measurable ways, that the mechanisms of change were moving, that tomorrow there was a hearing and a visit to Somerset and a trip to Gringotts, and that somewhere across the city Lucius Malfoy was in a very large house writing very carefully worded letters, and somewhere above them all Dolores Umbridge was reading a briefing about a student she expected to be manageable, and somewhere in Scotland an old man with half-moon spectacles was probably sitting in one of many offices he occupied and thinking about a conversation in a ministry conference room that had not gone the way 30 years of planning had suggested it might. Harry put Ron's letter in his pocket and Hermione's in his bag for later, and went upstairs to find a bedroom that wasn't freezing, and lay down on a bed that was dusty but functional, and looked at the ceiling of a house that was, according to the documents in Bill's satchel, technically his. He felt the rings on his hands. Still there. Still warm. Not a dream. He closed his eyes, and for the first time in a summer that had been uniformly sleepless, he was out in under 3 minutes. Chapter 4, Hogwarts, rewritten. The exoneration hearing lasted 2 hours and 20 minutes, and by the end of it Sirius Black was a free man. Not technically, the formal paperwork would take another week, the ministry's administrative machinery grinding at its own pace regardless of what had been decided in the chamber, but in the only sense that mattered, in the room, with the vote recorded and the chief warlock's gavel coming down, it was done. Dumbledore testified first, with the pensive memory submitted in evidence and his personal statement given without the careful hedging that had characterized his words in the conference room yesterday. He was precise, thorough, and unambiguous in a way that Harry thought cost him something, the admission, implicit in the thoroughness, that this thoroughness had been available 3 years ago and had not been offered. Sirius sat through it with his hands flat on the table, not shaking, and Harry sat beside him and matched the steadiness because one of them had to, and Sirius had earned the right to whatever it cost him to hold himself together. When the vote came back 11-3 in favor of exoneration, Sirius closed his eyes for exactly 4 seconds. Then he opened them, and the grey eyes were clear, and he looked at Harry, and Harry nodded once, and that was enough for both of them. The 3 dissenting votes were Malfoy's block, which surprised no one. They left the chamber to a corridor that had more people in it than it had yesterday. Word had gotten around, the way things got around in a building full of people whose careers ran on information, and there was a quality of attention in the watching faces that Harry recognized from his first night at Hogwarts, when 1,000 students had watched him be sorted. The weight of being looked at by people who were trying to work out what you meant. He walked through it. Sirius walked beside him with his head up, and if his jaw was slightly tight and his eyes were doing something complicated, he kept moving, and that was all that was required. Augusta Longbottom was waiting at the far end of the corridor. She was exactly what Harry had expected and nothing like it. He'd imagined someone softer, given the things Neville had said over the years, the fond terror of a grandmother, the slightly overwhelming love of someone pouring everything into a child because there was nowhere else for it to go. The woman standing by the window with her back straight and her hands folded was wearing robes the color of winter oak and a hat with a stuffed vulture on it that would have been ridiculous on anyone else, and on her was simply a hat. Her face was all strong lines and careful composition, the face of someone who had been dealing with impossible things for so long that impossible was no longer the right word for them. She looked at Sirius first. "Sirius," she said. "Augusta," Sirius said, and his voice was warm and careful at the same time, the voice of 2 people who had known each other long enough to have shorthand. Then she looked at Harry. She looked at him for a long moment, the rings, his face, back to the rings, then back to his face with the specific adjustment Harry was getting used to, the update running, and something moved through her expression that she didn't try to hide. It was grief, briefly, and then it was something else that Harry didn't have a name for but that sat in the same part of the chest. "You look like James," she said. "Everyone says it. It's still true every time." "So I'm told," Harry said. "I'm not being sentimental," she said. "I'm being accurate." James Potter had exactly that set to his jaw when he was about to do something people told him was inadvisable. She looked at the petition document in his hands. "I'll sign it. I came to say so in person because letters are insufficient for some things." She took the document, read it carefully, actually read it, not the skim of someone performing due diligence, and signed it with a quill she produced from her sleeve. "There's the matter of the Longbottom seat," Harry said carefully. "There is," she said. "I can't give it to you," he said. "I want to be clear about that. I don't have standing to give you something that's yours. But I can raise the case in the right context. There's a committee review scheduled for the next General Assembly on Legacy Seat Administration. I'm going to request that the Longbottom case be included in that review." She looked at him steadily. "And if the review finds in our favor? Then Neville comes of age in a world where his father's seat is waiting for him," Harry said. "Or you hold it in trust until he does." The corridor was quiet around them, the crowd had thinned, moved on to other business, other corridors. Sirius stood slightly to the side, giving them space. Augusta Longbottom held Harry's gaze for a long moment with those eyes that had been watching the world do terrible things to people she loved for 20 years. Then she reached out and gripped his hand, not a handshake, not a formal gesture, but a grip, brief and strong and entirely direct. "Good," she said. She released his hand, inclined her head once at Sirius, and walked away with the particular walk of a woman who has done what she came to do and has other things to attend to. Sirius watched her go. "Frank would have been pleased," he said quietly. "Yeah," Harry said. They walked out into a London afternoon that had decided, against recent precedent, to be sunny. Gringotts at 3 in the afternoon had the quality it always had, the barely managed chaos of an institution processing enormous quantities of wealth with the aggressive efficiency of people who found sentimentality about money deeply offensive. The main hall was full, the tellers at their high counters doing their complicated arithmetic with the rapid assurance of long practice, and the air smelled of stone and gold and the particular dry sharpness of very old documents. Ironbane was waiting at the main door, which was not where Gringotts officials usually waited for clients, and suggested a level of importance that made several nearby customers look at Harry with the specific curiosity of people trying to work out whether they should recognize him. He recognized them first. The tall red-haired figure standing with Ironbane turned as Harry came up the steps, and Bill Weasley's professional composure had the warmth of someone who was also Ron's brother around its edges. "Clean session?" Bill said. "Clean enough," Harry said. 11-3. "Expected," Bill said. He fell into step beside Harry as Ironbane led them away from the main hall and into the private corridors beyond. "I've prepared the access documentation for the Emery's vault. Ironbane will perform the secondary blood verification at the vault door, standard procedure for a sealed inheritance, nothing to worry about." He paused. "I want to warn you, the vault is large. Larger than the standard listing suggested. The preliminary scan was conservative." "How conservative?" Sirius said. "Very," Bill said, in the tone of someone who has looked at something and is still processing it. The journey to the Emery's vault was longer than the journey to the Potter vault. The cart system went through 3 separate tunnels that Harry had never been in, each one older than the last, the stone going from the grey-white of recent work to the dark irregular surface of something that had been cut by tools that were not modern and possibly not mechanical. The air got warmer as they went deeper and then, unexpectedly, cooler, not the damp cool of underground, but a dry, still cool that had the quality of a room that had been sealed for a very long time and had settled into its own temperature. The vault door, when they reached it, was not what Harry had expected. He had been imagining something like the Potter Vault or the high-security Dragon's Sandstone of the deeper Gringotts levels. What the cart stopped in front of was a door in the living rock that was, at first glance, not a door at all. It looked like a section of cave wall, natural, unremarkable, until the light from the cart's lantern hit it at a particular angle and Harry could see the inscription running across its entire surface, fine as engraving, covering every inch of the rock face in a script that was not quite runic and not quite Greek and not quite anything he could name. He felt the rings warm on his hands. "The verification," Ironbane said, and held out a small stone bowl containing something that shimmered with its own faint light, "requires a drop of blood and your intention. Not words, intention. Think of yourself as heir to this vault. Think of the line." Harry pressed his thumb against the edge of the bowl, which was sharp enough that he barely felt the cut, and held his hand over the bowl. A single drop. It hit the shimmering surface and spread, and the inscription on the cave wall lit up, the same white lightning run he'd seen in the dais chamber, racing across every inch of carved script in a fraction of a second. The rock folded. There was no other word for it. It didn't swing or slide or dissolve. It folded inward on itself, the stone moving with a fluidity that stone had absolutely no business moving with, and the door that was not a door became an opening that was not a corridor but was wide enough to walk through. Beyond it was light. Not lantern light, not the ambient ministry glow, something warmer and older, sourceless, the kind of light that old magical places generated for themselves when they had been generating it long enough to have gotten very good at it. And beyond the light, as Harry stepped through, was the vault. It was the size of a cathedral. He stood just inside the entrance and looked up, and the ceiling was lost in the warm glow, and the walls on both sides were shelving, but not Gringotts shelving, not the gold stack organization of the treasure vaults. These were proper shelves, fitted into the rock, running floor to invisible ceiling, and every shelf was full. Volumes in every binding style across 8 centuries, organized, he could see as he approached the nearest section, by a system that was not Dewey and not alphabetical but was clearly consistent, with small cards at each section break in the same handwriting. Neat, slightly old-fashioned, written in at least 4 different languages. Merlin had organized his own library. And then the library had kept organizing itself for 800 years, and it had done a very good job. Bill let out a breath beside him. Sirius had gone very still. "How many?" Harry said quietly. "We've updated the count since the preliminary scan," Ironbane said. He sounded, for a goblin, almost reverent, and Harry understood from that alone how significant the space was. 6,412 volumes as of this morning's count. The number changes. There are volumes that appear to be auto-transcribing from source materials that are also in the vault. He paused. "We believe those are the working journals." Harry walked to the nearest shelf and read the spine of the nearest volume. It was in a language he didn't recognize, but the lettering was clear enough to understand was a title. The card at the section break was in English, added later, elemental workings, classical period, and beneath it a date range in a hand that was not the same as the title cards. Dated in a year that predated the Hogwarts founding by 3 centuries. He looked across the vault. 12 artifact cases in a row near the far wall. A broad table in the center with something on it covered by cloth. And at the far end, partially lost in the warm glow, a door within the vault, smaller than the entrance, set into the rock with the same inscription pattern. He looked at Ironbane. "The sealed chamber." "When you're ready," Ironbane said. "Not today," Harry said. He looked at the library around him. "Today I want to understand what's here. The correspondence archive. Where is it?" Ironbane led him to a section to the left of the main shelving, where a series of wooden boxes, old, dark, fitted with iron clasps, were stacked with the same careful organization as the books. The top box on the nearest stack had a card in the familiar handwriting, "Correspondence, Founding Period." Sorted by correspondent. Harry lifted the lid. Inside were letters. Hundreds of letters, organized in tied bundles with a label on each one. He picked up the nearest bundle and read the label. Godric Gryffindor, 963 to 987 AD. He stood holding the bundle of letters between a man named Merlin and the founder of his school for a long moment, and felt the full, staggering weight of what he was standing in. "Okay," he said, very quietly. "Okay. You see why I wanted you sitting down," Ironbane said. "I was sitting down when you told me," Harry said. "I'm standing up now and it's still a lot." He set the bundle back carefully and closed the lid. He looked at the vault, all of it, the walls of knowledge, the artifact cases, the sealed door, the self-organizing cataloging system of a man who had been dead for nearly 1,000 years. "I'm not going to rush this," he said. "Whatever is in here, all of it, it deserves proper time. I'll come back." He looked at Ironbane. "Can you secure access? So that nothing is removed or disturbed?" "It has been secured for 8 centuries, Ironbane said, with a dryness that suggested this was not a serious concern. "Your bloodline is the only key." "Good," Harry said. He looked at the vault one more time, committing it, the light, the scale, the smell of very old ink and time, to something deeper than memory. Then he turned and walked back toward the entrance. Bill fell into step beside him. "For what it's worth," he said quietly, "in 10 years of working at Gringotts I have never seen anything that comes close to what's in that room." "What do you think is in the sealed chamber?" Harry said. Bill was quiet for a moment. "I think," he said carefully, "that if Merlin sealed something inside his own inheritance vault and then sealed the vault itself with a key that required 8 centuries to find, it's either something he wanted kept safe until the right person came for it, or something he wanted to think very carefully about before he used." He paused. "Possibly both." "I'll open it when I'm ready," Harry said. "That seems wise," Bill said. They came back out through the folding rock into the cart tunnel, and the vault sealed itself behind them with the same fluid impossibility, and Harry rode the cart back through the tunnels with his hands in his lap and the rings warm and the vault somewhere beneath and behind him, its light going out in the dark. Sirius, on the cart beside him, hadn't said anything since they'd gone in. He said something now. "You know what James would have done the moment he found out about that vault?" "Gone straight for the sealed chamber," Harry said. Within about 30 seconds, Sirius confirmed. He would have been through that door before Ironbane finished the sentence about the sealed chamber. He paused. "You're more patient than he was." "I'm not more patient," Harry said. "I just have a lot happening this week." Sirius laughed, and it was the Real laugh, the one that had been starting to come back over the last 2 days, not the short, careful sounds of a man relearning how to make them, but the full thing, coming from somewhere genuine. The Hogwarts Express left King's Cross on a bright 1st of September that felt seasonal, the crisp edge of coming autumn in the air, the platform packed with families, the red engine producing its ceremonial steam with the satisfaction of a thing that has been performing the same function for decades and finds this entirely appropriate. Harry arrived with Sirius, and Sirius stopped at the barrier. "I can't come through," he said. "Technically." His exoneration paperwork was complete, but the Ministry's formal declaration was still processing, and Ministry-controlled spaces like Hogwarts transit infrastructure required current documentation. "But I'll be at Grimmauld Place. Fireplace is available." He looked at Harry. "Right. Immediately. Don't wait until you're in trouble." "I usually write after I'm in trouble," Harry said. "I know," Sirius said. "That's why I'm specifying." They stood on the Muggle side of the barrier, in the regular noise of King's Cross, and Sirius gripped his shoulder once, hard, brief, communicating several things with the economy of physical contact. Harry went through the barrier. The platform was exactly the same as always, which felt strange given how different everything felt. The same noise and steam and families saying goodbye, the same trunks being loaded, the same cats and owls and one small frog being retrieved from under a trolley. Harry found a compartment and loaded his trunk and sat down and watched the platform move past the window as the train pulled out, and felt the particular feeling of the beginning of a school year, the sense of things beginning again, which was usually a relief and today was something more complicated. Ron and Hermione arrived 10 minutes out of London, having been delayed by a prefect meeting that Hermione had conducted with the organized gravity of someone who had been mentally planning it for 2 months, and Ron dropped into the seat across from Harry with the look of someone who had just spent 40 minutes sitting very still and behaving himself. "That bad?" Harry said. "Zacharias Smith gave Hermione a hard time about patrols," Ron said. "She was very measured about it. It was painful to watch." He looked at Harry. "Also, Malfoy's been going around telling people the inheritance is fraudulent and that Gringotts will have to reverse it within the month." "Malfoy's going to have a very long month, then," Harry said. Hermione sat down beside Ron and looked at Harry with the expression she wore when she had an enormous amount to say and was deciding which part to say first. "I want to talk about the Emery's claim," she said. "I know you do," Harry said. "The historical evidence for the Peveril-Emery's connection was always there," she said. "I found a reference in Magical Lineages and Ancient Claims, 4th edition, the passage was in an appendix that most people skip, and I tried to tell you in 4th year about the Peveril line but you didn't want to read, Hermione," Harry said. "Yes? You were right," he said. "About all of it. I should have read more in 4th year." She blinked. Opened her mouth. Closed it. Then, "Right. Yes. Thank you." She looked slightly thrown off by the absence of argument. "The library, Harry, the library is, do you understand what's in there?" "I do," Harry said. 6,000 volumes, she said, and her voice went somewhere reverent in a way that made Ron look at her sideways. "From the classical magical period. A private library that's been self-cataloging. The correspondence archive alone could rewrite the historical record of, it could," Harry said. "And I'm going to explore it properly. But I need to focus on what's in front of me right now." He looked at both of them. "Here's what's in front of us. Umbridge arrives as High Inquisitor today. She's going to want control of the curriculum, control of what students can and can't discuss, and she's going to want to make an example early. She'll look for someone visible to put down in front of everyone else." He paused. "She's going to look at me." Ron was nodding. "What do we do?" "Not give her the example she's looking for," Harry said. "She wants a confrontation she can control. She wants me angry and reactionary, because that's the version of me the Prophet has been printing for 2 years and that's the version Fudge needs." He paused. "So I won't be that version." "What version will you be?" Hermione said. "The one with 9 house rings and a Wisengamot seat," Harry said simply. Ron stared at him for a moment. Then he said, that's actually kind of terrifying." "Not terrifying," Harry said. "Just clear." He looked out the window at the countryside moving past, the long green roll of England in early autumn, the light going gold. "She's going to try to establish dominance on the first day. It's what that kind of person does, they move fast, before anyone can organize around them. So I need to have already organized." He looked back at them. "The Defense Association. I want to restart it this week." "Illegally?" Hermione said. "Legally," Harry said. He explained, the Hogwarts charter provision, the research Bill had done, the specific clause that allowed a sitting Wisengamot member to authorize extracurricular programs under the charter's educational supplement provision. Bill found it. It's in Clause 14 of the supplementary charter. The original text gives any member of Wizarding Britain's governing body the right to establish educational supplementary programs at Hogwarts provided the program doesn't conflict with a formal curriculum subject. Hermione stared at him. "You're going to authorize your own defense club through a Wisengamot charter provision." "I'm going to authorize an extracurricular practical defense program," Harry said. "Completely legal." Which means Umbridge can't shut it down without filing a formal challenge to the charter provision, which would require a Wizengamot vote, which, he held up his hands, the rings catching the afternoon light through the window. Ron made a sound that was somewhere between a laugh and something else entirely. "Mate," he said. "Neville needs to know," Harry said. "And Ginny. And Luna, if she wants to be involved, I think she'd be useful." He paused. "I want to talk to Neville today. There's something he needs to know." "About his father's seat," Hermione said, quietly. Harry looked at her. "How did you?" "I did research," she said, with the air of someone for whom this answered everything. "Augusta Longbottom is pursuing it through the review committee," Harry said. "It's not done yet. But it's moving." He looked out the window. "He should hear it from me." He found Neville 2 cars back, sitting with Ginny and Luna Lovegood, the three of them in a comfortable arrangement that had the quality of people who had spent the train ride engaged in a conversation that was going well. Neville looked up when Harry slid the compartment door open and something happened in his expression, a layered thing, like the Neville Harry had always known being briefly visible through another Neville who had been growing underneath without fanfare. He was taller than he'd been in June. He sat differently. He still wore the self-conscious set of a person who had spent years being told he was less than he was, but it was looser now, like a coat that had started to fit wrong. "Harry," he said. "Can I sit for a bit?" Harry said. Ginny and Luna were both looking at him with the specific quality of young women who had read the Prophet story and formed their own opinions about it before he'd sat down. Ginny's opinion was readable in the particular lift of her chin, Luna's was readable in nothing at all, which was its own kind of expression. He sat down and explained about the seat. Not the whole political context, that could wait, and Neville didn't need the Wizengamot mechanics, he needed the thing itself. That his grandmother had been fighting for 3 years. That the fight had moved to a room where it might actually matter. Neville was very still while Harry talked. His hands were flat on his knees and his face had gone to an expression that Harry didn't entirely know how to read. It had grief in it, and something harder than grief, and something under both of those that was still forming. "Why are you telling me?" Neville said. "Not hostile. Just asking." "Because it's your family," Harry said. "Because you should know where it stands. And because," he paused, choosing the words, "because your dad was James Potter's friend. And that matters to me." Neville looked at his hands. Then he looked up. "My gran never told me there was a seat," he said. "About the Longbottom seat. She never," he stopped. "She was protecting me." "Or protecting herself," Harry said gently. "Sometimes they're the same thing." Neville nodded slowly. "What happens when I turn 17? "If the review goes as it should," Harry said, "the seat is waiting for you." He paused. "You'd have a vote in the Wizengamot, Neville." Neville Longbottom sat with that for a moment. Something moved through his expression, slow and tectonic, the kind of shift that happens in people when something they've been quietly expecting for years finally arrives. "Right," he said. "Right," Harry said. Luna, who had been looking out the window throughout this entire exchange with the easy composure of someone who found the countryside instructive, said without turning her head, "There are Raxperts in the ministry. That's why they get confused." She paused. "It's useful to know that the confusion isn't permanent." Ginny looked at Harry. Harry looked at Ginny. "Luna's useful to have around," Ginny said, with the ease of someone who had long since learned to translate. "Yeah," Harry said. He looked at Neville. "The defense group. We're restarting it. This week. Tell me you're in." Neville looked at him with something clear and unambiguous in his eyes. "Yeah," he said. "I'm in." Hogwarts from the boats always looked the same, and it always looked different. The same stone against the same night sky reflected in the same black water, and the feeling of it, the particular enormous welcome of a place that was home in a way that only Hogwarts was home, was identical. But Harry looked at it from the boat and felt the rings on his hands and thought about Clause 14 of the Supplementary Charter, and the Wisengamot session in 3 weeks, and Umbridge on a train somewhere or already in the castle, and thought that whatever was waiting on the other side of those doors was going to be interesting. They arrived. The Great Hall was the Great Hall, the candles and the ceiling and the long tables and the noise of 1,000 students after a summer apart. Harry sat down with Ron and Hermione and Neville and picked up a roll from the bread basket and ate it and watched the staff table. She was at the far end, in a chair that had been added to the table for the occasion, because there was no vacancy on the staff. She was not a teacher, technically, just an inquisitor. She wore robes the particular shade of pink that Harry associated now, from Sirius's description and Amelia's briefing, with institutional malice. She was broad and squat and had the face of someone who smiled frequently and meant it rarely, a toad's face dressed in sweetness, and she was looking at the hall with the expression of someone who has been given authority and is already cataloguing how to use it. She was also looking at Harry. He met her gaze across the hall and held it for a moment, and then looked away, not in the reactive way, not breaking first, just finishing the assessment and moving on to other things. He picked up another roll. "She's looking at you," Ron said. "I know," Harry said. "You don't seem concerned." "I'm not," Harry said. He ate the roll. Dumbledore's start-of-term speech was warm and mildly cryptic in the usual fashion, and then there was an addition, the ministry announcement, which Dumbledore delivered with the particular precise neutrality of a man reading something he finds distasteful without allowing himself to show it. Educational Decree Number 22. The Office of High Inquisitor. Dolores Umbridge. Umbridge stood. She spoke in a voice that was high and carrying and had the sweetness of something artificial, the sweetness of things that were sweet not because they had goodness in them but because the sweetness was a coating for something else. Educational Standards. Ministry Oversight. Ensuring the quality of magical education in an era of uncertainty. Harry ate his food. There was a pause in the middle of her speech, a practiced pause, the rhetorical space of someone who was used to proceeding without interruption, and from somewhere, the Gryffindor table, 4 seats down, someone said, quietly but clearly, "Hem hem." Several students looked at the source of the sound. It was Neville Longbottom, who had apparently heard enough of Umbridge's speech to decide that satirizing her particular verbal habit was an appropriate response, and who was looking at his food with an expression of total innocence. There was a fraction of a second where the Gryffindor table collectively decided how to react. Then it started, the compressed laughter of people trying not to laugh, moving down the table, and then Hermione's shoulders shaking, and Ron's immediate and entirely undisguised grin. Umbridge looked at the Gryffindor table. Then she looked at Harry, because his face was the important face in that calculation. Harry was looking at Neville with the expression of someone experiencing something they hadn't seen coming and finding it considerably more effective than what they'd planned. Then he looked at Umbridge, and the expression settled into something level and unperturbed and simply present. She held his gaze for a moment. The smile didn't go anywhere, but something behind it adjusted. She continued her speech and sat down. The feast proceeded. The first years were sorted. Dumbledore concluded proceedings with his usual air of cheerful significance. Students began to file out, and Harry was in the process of standing up when the voice came from behind him. "Mr. Potter." High, sweet, carrying. Right at his shoulder. He turned around. She was closer than he'd expected, because she'd moved quickly for someone with her particular physical presence, and she was looking at him with the smile that was a performance of warmth and the eyes that were doing something quite different. She was short enough that she was looking up at him slightly, which didn't seem to register as a disadvantage for her. "I'm looking forward to working with you this year," she said. "I've heard a great deal about you." "I expect you have," Harry said. She looked at the rings on his hands. The smile stayed but the eyes didn't. "I understand there have been some administrative developments over the summer," she said. "The ministry will be reviewing them thoroughly, of course. These things often look quite different once they've been given proper scrutiny." I'm sure they'll find everything in order, Harry said pleasantly. Gringotts are very thorough. She kept the smile. We'll see, she said, and there was the honey going thin over the steel, the warmth becoming the thing it had been covering. I look forward to your presence in my class. Looking forward to it, Harry said. She moved away. He turned back to the table, where Ron and Hermione and Neville were all watching him. That was, Ron said, weirdly calm. She wanted me to react, Harry said. He picked up his bag. Come on. I need to talk to McGonagall tonight. McGonagall's office was up one flight from the Transfiguration corridor, and she opened the door at his knock with the expression of a woman who had been expecting to see him and was not entirely sure whether to be relieved or braced. She looked at the rings immediately, the way everyone with any political knowledge did, and then looked at his face. Potter, she said. Professor, he said. I need 5 minutes. She let him in. He sat down across her desk and put the Hogwarts Charter Supplementary Provision document on the desk. Bill had printed it clean, with the relevant clause marked, and explained in precise terms what he intended to do. McGonagall read the clause twice. Then she set the document down and looked at him with the expression Harry had seen her wear very rarely, the one where the professional composure was still there but something underneath it was doing something else entirely, something warmer and less certain and more moved than the composure would usually permit. An extracurricular practical defense program, she said. Authorized under Clause 14. Yes, Harry said. Which Umbridge can't touch without a Wizengamot petition. Yes, he said. She looked at the document again. Looked at him. Her jaw worked slightly. I want it noted, she said, that this is a thoroughly and completely legitimate use of the charter provision. The clause was specifically designed for this purpose. I know, Harry said. And I want it noted, she continued, with the careful emphasis of someone saying something she intends to be recorded, that in my professional capacity I will be providing classroom space and scheduling support for this program, as is standard for any extracurricular activity authorized under the charter. I appreciate that, Harry said. She held his gaze for a moment. Then she picked up a quill and dipped it, and signed the charter authorization form with the decisive stroke of someone who has made a decision and is not revisiting it. The program will be listed in the weekly schedule as Supplementary Practical Defense, authorized under Charter Provision 14, Lord H. J. Potter, Wizengamot member, she said. I'll have it posted before breakfast tomorrow. Thank you, Professor, Harry said. She held out his document. He took it. She looked at him for one more moment and said something he hadn't heard from her before, in a voice she used rarely, in a tone that was not the teacher and not the professional but something older and less armored. Your parents would be very proud, she said. Harry held the document and didn't say anything for a moment. Thank you, he said again, and it meant something different this time, and she knew it, and nodded once, and looked back at her desk. He went back out into the corridor. The notice appeared on every common room board overnight. Harry found out when he came down to the common room at 7 the next morning and found a small crowd of Gryffindors gathered around the board with the specific energy of people who have just read something and are processing it in real time. He went to the back of the crowd, read it over several heads, and was satisfied by both the wording and the immediate reaction. The notice said exactly what McGonagall had said it would. The scheduling block was Tuesdays and Thursdays, 7 to 9 in the evening, in classroom 11 on the 4th floor. Membership open to all years and all houses. Sign-up parchment in each common room. Is this real? Someone was saying. Second year, by the sound of it. It's on official headed parchment, someone else said. Hogwarts crest and everything. A Wizengamot member can do this, Hermione said, from somewhere to Harry's left, in the tone of someone who has been waiting for an opportunity to confirm something they've researched. It's in the charter. Harry backed out of the crowd, went to breakfast, and arrived at the Gryffindor table to find that Umbridge had already read the notice. He knew this because she was at the staff table with her hands folded very precisely on the table surface, and the smile she wore had a rigid quality to it, the quality of something held in place by effort. She looked at him when he sat down. He poured himself pumpkin juice. She couldn't do anything. She knew she couldn't do anything. Filing a challenge to the charter provision would require bringing the case to the Wiesengemot, which meant the thing she was trying to manage quietly became the most public possible debate, in a chamber where Harry now had 9 votes and a growing coalition of allies. She would be arguing against a clause that had been in the founding charter of Hogwarts for centuries, in front of the exact body that had confirmed Harry's inheritance, with Marchbanks and Ogden and Augusta Longbottom all watching. She knew all of this. Harry had known she would know it. That was the point. He drank his pumpkin juice and waited for the morning owl post, which arrived in its usual organized chaos, and found among his letters a brief note from Dawlish that said the expedited processing petition had been approved. Hopkirk, apparently, had found some spine or more likely some self-preservation, and the appointment removals were being processed. And a longer letter from Sirius that started with "I heard about the defense program from Bill, who heard from Hermione, who must have written immediately after getting off the train," and ended with "I have never been more pleased to be your godfather," and James would have found the charter provision thing insufferably clever, which means he would have loved it. Harry folded the letter and put it in his pocket. Defense Against the Dark Arts was the 3rd period, and he arrived with Ron and Hermione to find the classroom rearranged, desks in rows rather than the previous year's configuration, which had been angled for visibility, now strictly formal. Theory textbook on every desk, the same one that had been mentioned in the book list, Defensive Magical Theory, Wilbert Slinkard. No practical equipment. No demonstration stand. Nothing that suggested anyone would be doing magic in this room. Umbridge came in at the exact second the period started and looked at the class with the smile and the eyes, and Harry looked back from the front row. He'd chosen the front row deliberately, the way you choose terrain before a meeting, and waited. She gave a speech. She gave a speech about ministry-approved theory, about the value of academic understanding, about the difference between knowledge and recklessness. She had the cadence of someone who had given this speech many times, who found it satisfying, who believed in it the way people believe in things that serve their purposes so consistently they stop noticing the service. "Wands away," she said. "We'll be learning through textual analysis today." "When are we doing practical work?" Harry said. The class went quiet. Not the reactive quiet of people who expected a confrontation, but the still quality of people who were paying very close attention. Umbridge turned to face him. The smile stayed. "Practical work isn't on the curriculum this year," she said. "Our focus is academic understanding of defensive principles." "That won't help much against a Cruciatus," Harry said. The quiet got sharper. "Mr. Potter," she said, and her voice did the thing where the sweetness was getting thin, "I would advise caution in making irresponsible and alarmist." "It's not alarmist," Harry said. He didn't raise his voice. Didn't move from his seat. Kept his tone the same steady, conversational register he'd been using. "Voldemort is back. He was resurrected in a graveyard at the end of last year. I was there. 2 months ago the Ministry's official position was that this was a lie told by a troubled student. I noticed the Ministry has been quieter about that particular official position recently." He paused. Given that context, I'd think knowing how to actually cast a shield charm under pressure was more useful than reading about it. Umbridge looked at him with the smile in full deployment and the eyes doing something behind it that was cold and very deliberate. "The Ministry," she said carefully, "does not confirm that account of events. Gringotts has my medical and trauma assessment from June 25 in my inheritance vault," Harry said. "Including the secondary curse residue analysis. The documents are available for review." He looked at her steadily. "The Ministry is welcome to confirm whatever it likes." The class was entirely still. Hermione, to his right, had her hands folded on the desk and was looking at the middle distance. Ron, to his left, had the expression of someone watching a chess game where all the moves were happening faster than he could track, but the trajectory was clear. Umbridge looked at Harry for a long moment. Then she turned to the board and picked up her chalk. "Page 3, she said. "Read the first 2 sections." Harry opened his textbook. He wasn't angry. That was the thing, he'd walked in expecting to be angry, expecting the friction of being in a room with someone who had tried to have him expelled, and instead he just felt the clarity that had been with him since the conference room. She had tried. He had responded. She couldn't escalate without making things worse for herself, and she knew it, and he knew it, and the class knew it. He read page 3. It was inadequate in approximately 17 identifiable ways. He started noting them in the margin with a quill, in small neat writing, because the notes would be useful for the Thursday evening session. He had a lot to teach. The sign-up parchments came back on Wednesday, and the numbers were higher than Harry had expected. Not just Gryffindors, Hufflepuffs, Ravenclaws, a handful of Slytherins who had signed with pseudonyms that were transparent but which Harry chose not to unmask because the impulse was the right one and the transparency didn't matter. 31 names in total. By Thursday evening that had become 38. He stood in classroom 11 at 7 on the Thursday evening and looked at 38 students arranged in front of him, everything from second years who were barely past Wingardium Leviosa to sixth years who'd been practicing independently for years, and felt the magnitude of what he was about to do settle into something manageable. Ron and Hermione were at the back. Neville was in the front row, which Harry thought said everything about where Neville was heading. Ginny was there. Luna was there, in the focused but elsewhere mode that was just how Luna existed, which Harry had learned to trust as a form of highly calibrated attention. "Right," Harry said, and the room went quiet immediately, which was itself informative. "We're not doing theory. We're not doing examination technique. We're going to learn to actually fight." He paused. "There are people out there who want to kill us. Some of us know this more directly than others, and some of us are going to find out. What we do in this room is going to matter for reasons that are more immediate than your defense OWL." No one said anything. 38 students looked at him with varying combinations of excitement and seriousness and the particular held quality of people who have been waiting to be told something true. "Shields first," Harry said. "Everyone up." They worked for 2 hours. He moved through them, correcting grip and focus and the specifics of spell pronunciation that made the difference between a shield charm that held and one that cracked under the first counter. He was patient with the second years who were shaky and honest with the sixth years about where their technique had gaps. He paired people deliberately, Neville with a steady sixth-year Hufflepuff, which gave Neville someone capable to work against and gave the Hufflepuff someone improving fast to challenge him. By the end of the session the second years were holding shields that could deflect a moderate force hex. The sixth years were casting full-body protagos that Harry tested personally, walking through the room and throwing spells at their defenses, nothing harmful, just force, and watching their shields flex and hold. Neville's shield, by the end of the evening, was one of the best in the room. Not perfect, but strong in a way that had a foundation to it, the kind of strength that was going to keep building. Harry told him so, quietly, at the end while the room was clearing. Neville looked at his wand. "My Gran thinks I should be in Auror training," he said. "She's been pushing it since fourth year. She wants," he paused, "she wants something to show for everything. Something visible." "You're going to have a lot to show," Harry said. Neville looked at him. "You're different," he said. "This summer. He seemed to be looking for the word. "Settled," he said finally. "You're settled in a way you weren't before." Harry thought about the conference room and the rings and the vault and the exoneration session and his godfather's clear gray eyes. "I have somewhere to be now," he said. "That helps." Neville nodded slowly. "Yeah," he said. "I think I understand that." They walked out of classroom 11 together, and the corridor was empty and the castle was doing its nighttime quiet, the particular hush of a very large building that had been inhabited long enough to have its own breathing. Harry walked back toward Gryffindor Tower and felt the week behind him, all of it, the Dawn Raid and the Rings and the Exoneration and the Vault and the Hearing and Augusta Longbottom's grip and the defense group and Umbridge's cold eyes and Neville's shield holding against a Protego challenge from a 6th year. He passed the portrait of the fat lady, gave the password, came into the common room. Ron was waiting with 2 mugs of something hot and the expression of someone who has had a day of events and wants a moment of not events. "Good session," Ron said. "Really good session," Harry said. He took the mug. They sat by the fire and didn't talk for a while, which was its own kind of communication. Outside, the Scottish night was doing what Scottish nights did in early September, full dark and full stars and a cold that was coming but not yet arrived. Harry looked at the rings in the firelight. 9 different metals, 9 different temperatures, all of them warm now with the heat of the evening's work. 3 weeks until the General Assembly. 3 weeks until he sat in those seats officially, until the votes were cast with his name attached to them, until the Wizengamot heard 9 absent voices start to speak. He wasn't afraid of it. He wasn't afraid of Umbridge, who would be filing reports tonight about a class she couldn't shut down. He wasn't afraid of Lucius Malfoy, whose objection was scheduled for hearing in a room where the numbers didn't favor him anymore. He wasn't afraid of Voldemort. That wasn't quite true, wasn't quite the right word, but the fear had changed shape. It had become something navigable. Something he could face with his eyes open and his wand steady and 38 students who could hold a shield behind him. Ron said, "What are you thinking about?" Harry looked at the fire. "Teaching them to duel next week," he said. Ron grinned. "Yeah," he said. "That's what I thought." Chapter 5, The Long Knives. The letter from Lucius Malfoy arrived on a Monday. Not by owl, that would have been too ordinary, too easily intercepted by the Ministry's mail monitoring protocols that Amelia had quietly reinstated after a 3-year lapse. It arrived by house elf, which appeared in the corridor outside the Great Hall at 8 in the morning with a silver tray, a sealed envelope, and the expression of a creature that found this particular assignment distasteful and was professionally committed to completing it anyway. Harry took the envelope. The house elf disappeared with the tray and probably some relief. The seal was Malfoy, the serpent and wand crest pressed into green wax, formal enough to be a statement in itself. Harry broke it, unfolded the single page inside, and read it while Ron watched him over his porridge with the expression of someone calculating whether to be worried. The letter was beautifully written, which was the first thing. Whatever Lucius Malfoy was, he was not a man who communicated sloppily. The sentences were precise and the tone was careful, not deferential, not aggressive, pitched in the register of one significant person addressing another significant person, which was itself a concession Harry noted and filed. A month ago the letter would have been different. It said that Lucius Malfoy, in his capacity as a senior Wizengamot member and representative of several long-standing magical families, wished to request a formal meeting at a mutually convenient time to discuss matters of mutual interest. It said this was offered in the spirit of productive dialogue, which was the sort of thing people wrote when they wanted to have a productive dialogue about why you should do what they wanted. It noted that the upcoming General Assembly presented questions of significant procedural complexity that would benefit from informal resolution before the formal session. At the bottom, in a different ink, slightly warmer in register, it said, "The wizarding world has always been better served by cooperation between its leading families than by unnecessary conflict. I hope you will give this request your consideration." Harry folded the letter and put it in his pocket. "Well?" Ron said. "He wants a meeting," Harry said. "Are you going?" Ron said. "Probably," Harry said. "But not yet." He picked up his pumpkin juice. "He moves when he's threatened. That means the threat is landing. I want to know more about what he's actually protecting before I sit across a table from him." "What do you think he's protecting?" Hermione said from his other side, appearing with her own breakfast and the look of someone who had been listening from the moment she sat down. The proxies are part of it, Harry said. The 3 votes he's losing, that's significant but not catastrophic for him on its own. He has enough political relationships to compensate somewhat. He paused. What bothers him is what those seats represent. Slytherin and Gaunt specifically. His power base is built on being the custodian of the Slytherin legacy in the absence of Voldemort. He's positioned himself as the inheritor of that influence. If I'm sitting in the Slytherin seat, the narrative falls apart, Hermione said. He's not the keeper of anything anymore, Harry said. He's just a man with money and a lot of opinions. Ron stared at him. You're sitting in the Slytherin seat and using it to make Lucius Malfoy politically irrelevant. I'm sitting in it because it's mine, Harry said. What it does to Malfoy is a consequence, not a goal. He paused. Although it's a good consequence. Hermione opened her mouth, and Harry said, and before you tell me this is going to make him more dangerous rather than less, I know. He's not going to sit quietly. The letter is the polite version. The version after I decline it is the one we need to prepare for. How do we prepare for that version? Ron said. We know what he has left, Harry said. His money, which is considerable. His relationships in the conservative bloc, which are extensive. His access to Fudge, which is, he paused, diminishing, actually, because Fudge is starting to back away from Malfoy's association since the Exoneration session. He looked at the letter in his pocket. And his relationship with Voldemort. That landed on the table with the usual weight. The question, Harry said, is whether that last one is an asset or a liability right now. Malfoy is trying to maintain a public face as a reformed man who has no particular associations with anything dark. Voldemort being back and active and getting stronger makes that harder. Every operation Voldemort runs that becomes visible is a problem for Malfoy's public position. He picked up his toast. Which means Malfoy's interest, right now, is not to have Voldemort's return become formally acknowledged. Because the moment it's formal, everyone who was a Death Eater is a suspect. So Malfoy and Fudge have the same interest in suppressing the truth, Hermione said quietly. For different reasons, Harry said. Fudge because he can't afford to have been wrong. Malfoy because he can't afford to have the investigation opened. He looked at both of them. The political fight isn't just about the seats. It's about whether Voldemort's return gets formally acknowledged in front of the Wisengamot. If it does, everything changes. Ron was quiet for a moment. Can you make that happen? The formal acknowledgement? I can force a vote, Harry said. I have standing to bring a formal motion to the floor. But I need a majority, and I need it to be a real majority, not squeaked through on procedural maneuvering, but a clear vote. He looked at the table. Marchbanks, Ogden, Augusta Longbottom, they'll vote yes. I need to know who else will. And I need to do it before Malfoy can build a counter-coalition. That's a lot of things to do before the General Assembly, Hermione said. 2 weeks, Harry said. I know. He ate his breakfast and thought about the shape of the weeks ahead, and the letter sat in his pocket and the ring sat on his hands and the morning moved around him with its ordinary school noise, and he thought that the thing about the General Assembly wasn't just the votes. It was the moment when the political reality of what had happened in the conference room on the morning of the raid became the governing reality, the moment when it stopped being a story people were telling about Harry Potter and started being the actual arrangement of power. He needed to be ready for that moment. He needed other things first. Dumbledore requested a meeting 2 days later. The request came through McGonagall, in the form of a dinner invitation, his office, 8 in the evening, which was a form Harry recognized as the headmaster being deliberate about the register of what he was asking for. Not a summons. An invitation. The distinction was new. He went. The office was exactly the same as it always was, the spiral stair, the silver instruments, the portraits of previous headmasters feigning sleep with varying levels of conviction, the pensieve on its cabinet, Fawkes on his perch. Fawkes looked at Harry when he came in and made a sound that was not quite a trill and not quite a question, something in between. Dumbledore was standing at the window when Harry came in, looking out at the darkened grounds, and turned at the sound of the door with an expression that was carefully unguarded in the way that unguarded expressions sometimes were when they'd been prepared. He gestured at the chair across his desk, the chair Harry had sat in many times, for many conversations that had been one thing while seeming to be another. Harry sat. Dumbledore sat. The desk between them had nothing on it except a small dish of sherbet lemons that had been there for as long as Harry could remember. "How are you finding the first weeks back?" Dumbledore said. "Good," Harry said. "The defense group is running well. 38 students, growing. We're 3 weeks into it and the second years are already operating at what the normal curriculum has as third-year practical level." Dumbledore looked at him. "You've been keeping statistics." "Hermione keeps statistics," Harry said. "I read them." A brief, genuine warmth in the blue eyes. "She's an extraordinary student." "Yes," Harry said. He waited. Dumbledore looked at the window and then looked back. "I want to speak plainly," he said. "If that's acceptable." "It's preferred," Harry said. "The General Assembly in 2 weeks," Dumbledore said. "I want to be useful to you in preparation for it. Not to manage it," he paused on the word, as though aware of its specific weight in the context of their last real conversation, "not to direct it. But to share information that I have and that you don't, which I should have been sharing for some time." Harry looked at him. "What kind of information?" "The Horcrux," Dumbledore said. The room got quieter. "I began investigating the possibility last summer," Dumbledore said, "after the events of the graveyard. What I suspected then, I have since confirmed. Tom Riddle made a Horcrux, a vessel for a portion of his soul, before his first defeat. I believe he made more than one." He paused. "I believe he made several." Harry sat with this. He'd been thinking about Voldemort's resurrection, about the ritual in the graveyard, about the strange fact of a man who had been destroyed and come back. He'd been thinking about it since June. He hadn't had a framework for it until now. "How many?" he said. "I don't know precisely," Dumbledore said. "My research suggests he intended 7. The magical significance of the number, 7 is the most magically powerful number," Harry said. He'd read that much. "Yes. I believe he made the first when he was still a student at Hogwarts." Dumbledore's voice was steady and careful. "I believe the diary, Tom Riddle's diary, the one destroyed by your basilisk Fong in the Chamber of Secrets, was one of them." Harry thought about the diary. About Ginny. About the basilisk and the Fong and the sword. About destroying a piece of Voldemort's soul at 12 years old without knowing what he was doing. "One down," Harry said. "Yes," Dumbledore said. "One down. The others, I'm working to identify them. I wanted you to know because it shapes the strategy." He looked at Harry directly. Killing Voldemort's body again would accomplish nothing permanent while the Horcruxes exist. They have to be destroyed first, or simultaneously. He paused. "I should have told you this before now." "Yes," Harry said. "You should have." "I know," Dumbledore said simply. The blue eyes held his, and Harry saw, in them, what the meeting in the conference room had started, not a break, not a rupture, but a renegotiation. The kind of renegotiation that happened between two people when one of them finally stopped pretending the other was less capable than they were. "I need access to your research," Harry said. "Whatever you found about the Horcruxes, wherever you found it, I need to be part of that work." "Yes," Dumbledore said. "And I need you to not make decisions about what I need to know based on what you think I can handle." "That," Dumbledore said, with the ghost of something that was rueful and honest, "will be harder. Old habits are structural, as you said." He paused. "But yes. I will try." Harry looked at the pensieve on its cabinet. Show me what you have so far. Dumbledore rose and went to the cabinet and lifted the pensieve down, and for the next 2 hours they worked through the memories he'd collected, fragments of Voldemort's history, his time as Tom Riddle in the orphanage, his years at Hogwarts, his meeting with Slughorn that had first revealed the Horcrux question. Harry went in and came out and went in again, and asked questions, and Dumbledore answered them, and somewhere in the second hour Harry realized that this was the conversation they should have been having for 4 years. Not because the content was pleasant, none of it was pleasant, but because the form of it was right. Two people, sharing what they knew, working toward the same thing. When they finished, Harry sat back in the chair and rubbed his face. "The locket," he said. "You think it's the locket?" "One of them," Dumbledore said. "I've traced it to a sea cave. I've been attempting to identify the specific location, and I believe I have it, but the cave will be protected." Heavily. He paused. "I won't go alone." "When?" Harry said. "When I've confirmed the location. Before Christmas, I think." Dumbledore looked at him steadily. "I'd want you with me." Harry looked back at him. 6 months ago he'd have been astonished at being asked rather than told. Tonight it felt like the only reasonable way for the sentence to be constructed. "Tell me when you're ready," he said. He left the office at 10:15 and walked back down the spiral stair and through the corridors with his hands in his pockets, the rings warm, the castle quiet around him. He was thinking about Voldemort and Horcruxes and the shape of a war that had been going on since before he was born. He was thinking about the Wizengamot and the General Assembly. He was thinking about the two things together, because that was the thing that Malfoy and Fudge and Umbridge had never understood. The political war and the actual war were not separate. They were the same war fought on two fronts, and you couldn't win one while losing the other. He turned a corridor and nearly walked into Sirius. Not the real Sirius, not possible. Sirius was in Grimmauld Place, but the two-way mirror, vibrating in his pocket with the insistence of someone who had been trying to reach him for the last 20 minutes. He pulled it out. Sirius's face, slightly squashed by the mirror frame, was doing something between worried and excited that Harry associated with news. Finally, Sirius said. "I was with Dumbledore," Harry said. "What is it?" "Malfoy called in a favor," Sirius said. "An old one, apparently. One of the Wizengamot administrative clerks, not Hopkirk, someone lower down, someone in the session records office, has been offered a significant sum of money to misfile the documentation for 3 of Harry's seat transfers." Harry stopped walking. "Which 3? "Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, and Ravenclaw," Sirius said. "The ones that don't have clean documentation, the historical seals that required additional legal work to lift. The argument would be that the paperwork was procedurally incomplete." "Is it incomplete?" Harry said. "No," Sirius said. "Bill checked it 3 times and Ironbane checked it twice and there is nothing incomplete about it. But misfiled paperwork creates a delay in the processing chain, and a delay means those seats are still technically in provisional status at the time of the General Assembly, which means I have 6 votes instead of 9, Harry said. 6 instead of 9, Sirius confirmed. "It still changes the chamber balance. But it's not the same." Harry thought quickly. "How did you find out?" "The clerk told someone," Sirius said. "Pillow talk, apparently." "The someone told someone else." "The someone else is a person who has recently decided that their interests align more with yours than with Malfoy's." He paused. "I have a name for the clerk." "Give it to Amelia," Harry said immediately. "Tonight. She needs to know before anything is misfiled." "Already done," Sirius said. "Called her before I called you. She's sending someone to the records office tonight. The clerk is being interviewed, let's say, as of about 10 minutes ago." A pause. "There's more." Harry waited. "Malfoy has also approached 2 of the moderate bloc members," Sirius said. "Amos Diggory and Griselda Trevelyan." offering political support on two pieces of legislation they've been trying to pass for years in exchange for their votes on a motion Malfoy intends to bring to the General Assembly himself. What motion? Harry said. A motion to formally censure the Department of Magical Law Enforcement for overreach in conducting the Privet Drive operation and the welfare audit, Sirius said. Specifically targeting Amelia. The corridor was very still. Harry stood in it and felt the cold specific anger of understanding something, understanding the shape of what Malfoy was actually doing, which was not primarily about Harry's seats. It was about Amelia. Remove her or damage her, and the structural protection she'd built around Harry's legal position was significantly weakened. The seats were still his. But the next operation, whatever fudge needed done next, would be easier. He's going after Amelia to get to the Foundation, Harry said. Yes, Sirius said. Amos Diggory, Harry said quietly. His son died in the graveyard. I know, Sirius said. Malfoy is asking Cedric Diggory's father to vote against the person who is trying to hold the people responsible for Cedric's death accountable, Harry said. He said it flat and level and let the enormity of it just sit there. Yes, Sirius said again, and his voice was tight in the way it got when he was controlling something. I need to talk to Amos Diggory, Harry said. He's not at Hogwarts, Sirius said. I know. Can you set it up? I can contact him tomorrow, Sirius said. He'll meet with you. He might not want to, he's been very private since June, but he'll meet with you. Sirius paused. Harry. Be careful with him. He's grieving and he's angry and he might direct some of that at you. He can, Harry said. If he needs to. It's fine. Sirius was quiet for a moment. You're not a 15-year-old, he said, and it wasn't quite a complaint, more like an observation. I'm exactly a 15-year-old, Harry said. I've just had a more specific education. He paused. Set up the meeting. And tell Amelia, whatever Malfoy's motion says about overreach, I want her to know she has my full public support. If he wants to make the Privet Drive operation a political fight, I'll make it a political fight. She won't want your protection, Sirius said. She'll see it as, I know, Harry said. Tell her it's not protection. Tell her it's solidarity. Tell her there's a difference. He paused. She knows there's a difference. He put the mirror away and finished the walk back to Gryffindor Tower in the quiet of the late castle, past suits of armor standing their patient vigil, past the portraits of people who had been important and who now watched the people moving past them with the engaged interest of those who had been removed from consequence but not from observation. He passed a portrait of a small elderly woman he didn't recognize and she said, without turning from her needlework, You're too much in your head tonight, young man. I know, he said. Outthink them tomorrow, she said. Sleep tonight. He almost smiled. Good advice. Portrait of Eudora Hawksworth, Ravenclaw alumna, class of 1673, she said primly. I am always giving good advice. No one asks. He smiled properly then, and kept walking. The meeting with Amos Diggory happened on Saturday, at a pub in Hogsmeade called the Three Broomsticks Annex, a back room that Rosmerta kept for private conversations because private conversations were good for business. Amos Diggory was a man who had aged a year for every week since June. He had always been a red-faced, hearty sort of person, Harry remembered from the World Cup, the kind of man whose pride was large and warm and uncomplicated. That person was still visible if you looked, but it was visible the way a photograph of someone is visible, the thing it was a photograph of was gone. He looked at Harry across the table with the particular expression of grief that is looking for somewhere to put itself. I owe you an apology, Amos said. It came out roughly, like it had been sitting in his throat for a while. For what I said. Last year, before the task. He stopped. I implied that Cedric was better than you. Made it clear, I suppose. It wasn't kind. It was true, Harry said. He was better at most things. Amos looked at him. He was a better student, a better Quidditch player in terms of pure skill, and everyone liked him more, Harry said, not unkindly. None of that is an apology-worthy observation. He was also kind and fair, and he asked me to come back with his body because he didn't want me to leave him. Harry paused. I brought him back. I've thought about whether I did the right thing, whether bringing him back was for him or for me, and I don't have a clean answer. But I brought him back. Amos Diggory was very still. I'm sorry, Harry said. That I couldn't bring him back differently. That I couldn't do more. I've been sorry since June, and I expect I'll be sorry for a long time. The back room was quiet. Outside, the low noise of the pub moved on its own business. Lucius Malfoy came to see me, Amos said, finally. I know, Harry said. Amos looked at him. He said the welfare audit was illegal. That Amelia Bones had exceeded her authority. He said that supporting the censure motion was the right thing, that institutional overreach needed to be challenged regardless of the specifics. He stopped. He was very persuasive. He would be, Harry said. He's been doing it for years. He also said, Amos said, and his voice went somewhere harder, that you were not to be trusted. That the inheritance claim was politically motivated. That Cedric's death was being used as a pretext for. He stopped again, jaw tight. For what? Harry said. For power, Amos said. He said you were using it for power. Harry looked at him steadily. Malfoy held 3 proxy votes in the chamber where the people who tortured the Longbottoms were given a platform and then quietly forgotten, he said. He held those votes while his master was killing people. He held those votes while a 15-year-old boy was being publicly called a liar for saying his master was back. He paused. He lost those votes last month. That's what this is about. Amos was looking at him with the expression of a man working through something. Amelia Bones, Harry said, is the person who came to Surrey at dawn because a welfare report was being buried in a file. She's the person who got Sirius his exoneration. She's the person who is holding together the legal structure that makes it possible to hold Death Eaters accountable. He paused. The censure motion is designed to damage her ability to do that work. Not because of what she did wrong. Because of what she did right. Amos was quiet for a very long moment. Outside, the pub murmured. Cedric is dead, Amos said. Not to Harry, not to anyone, just the fact of it said aloud, the way people sometimes had to. Yes, Harry said. He's dead, and the people responsible are still walking around going to parties and attending ministry functions, Amos said. Malfoy was at the World Cup. He was at the ministry last month. He's sending me letters. His voice had gone somewhere that was not quite grief and not quite rage but was both their foundations. Yes, Harry said again. How do I make them answer for it? Amos said. Vote against the censure motion, Harry said. Keep Amelia in position. Let the DMLE do its work without Fudge's interference. He paused. And when Voldemort's return comes to a formal vote, and it's going to, in the General Assembly or shortly after, vote yes. Amos looked at him. It doesn't bring Cedric back, Harry said. Nothing does. But formal acknowledgement is the first step in formal accountability. Right now Fudge is running a world where the thing that killed your son officially didn't happen. That needs to change. Amos Diggory looked at his hands for a long moment. Then he looked up. Malfoy said you were using people, he said. Using their grief, their anger. I'm asking for your help, Harry said. You can decide whether there's a difference. Another long silence. There's a difference, Amos said, quietly. He didn't say he'd vote against the censure motion. He didn't say anything formal at all. But he looked at Harry with eyes that had made a decision somewhere in the last 5 minutes, and Harry recognized the look because he'd seen it on Augusta Longbottom's face, and on Marchbanks's, and on Amelia Bones's in the moment she'd chosen to open the folder. The look of a person choosing the harder right thing over the easier wrong one. Harry went back to Hogwarts on the Hogsmeade path in the thin autumn sunshine and thought about Cedric, which he hadn't let himself do properly since June. He thought about the friendly competitor on the maze who had shared information because it was fair and stood in the graveyard because he'd been there, and hadn't deserved any of it. He thought about bringing him back and whether it had been enough and whether it mattered what enough meant when you were 15 and alone and making impossible decisions. It had to have mattered. He was going to decide that it had. He came back through the Hogwarts gates and Neville fell into step beside him, appearing from the direction of the greenhouses with dirt on his hands and the particular look of someone who had been thinking about something all morning. "I've been reading," Neville said. "About?" Harry said. "The Wisengamot process," Neville said. "For the seat restoration petition. The committee review you mentioned." He paused. "There's a thing called a testimonial of standing. A current sitting member can submit one on behalf of the petitioner, which fast-tracks the review to the next scheduled session rather than the next quarterly one." He paused. "Which would be the General Assembly?" Harry looked at him. "You researched the procedure." "Hermione helped," Neville said, with the ease of someone who had long since accepted help from the available resources. "But I looked at it. The testimonial needs to be from a member in good standing with a current sealed seat." He looked at Harry's hands. "You have 9 of those." "I'll submit it today," Harry said. Neville was quiet for a moment. He had dirt on his sleeve as well as his hands and the greenhouses smell in his clothes and his hair was doing what it always did and he was walking through the Hogwarts grounds on a Saturday morning like he'd been doing for 4 years. He looked exactly the same. He was completely different. "My gran wrote to me," he said. "After she met with you. She wrote," he paused, and his voice did something that he covered by clearing his throat, "she wrote that my father would have been glad." Harry said nothing. "She doesn't say things like that," Neville said. "She doesn't, she talks about Dad like he's a case study in what happens when people aren't careful enough. Or she doesn't talk about him. She never says he would have been glad about something." He paused. "So. Thank you." "You don't have to thank me," Harry said. "I know," Neville said. "I'm doing it anyway." They walked the rest of the path in silence that was comfortable and specific to 2 people who understood something about growing up without the right people there. The Thursday evening defense session in the second week was where things turned. Harry had been building toward actual dueling, theory first, then the body mechanics of it, then paired practice at low intensity, and on the Thursday of the second week he set up the dueling framework with a strip of clear floor down the middle of classroom 11 and paired students for the first proper duels. They were going well. The second years were trying rather than succeeding, which was the right thing for second years to be doing. The upper years were getting competitive in the productive way. Neville had just finished a 3rd consecutive bout that he'd won, against increasingly good opponents, his shield holding and his counterattacks finding their mark, when the door opened. Umbridge came in. She came in with a clipboard and 2 junior ministry officials whose function appeared to be walking behind her and looking official, and she surveyed the room with the smile and the eyes and the clipboard, and Harry recognized the strategy immediately. She was conducting an inquisitorial inspection. Exercising the High Inquisitor's authority to evaluate educational activities. She couldn't shut it down. She knew she couldn't. But she could inspect it, file a report, build a record. And if she could find a student who was practicing something she could characterize as dangerous or excessive, she could raise it as a safety concern, and safety concerns were a separate legal avenue. Harry watched her scan the room and watched her looking for the example she needed. "Continue," he said to the room, which had gone quiet when she walked in. "We're in the middle of bouts. Everyone back to your marks." Students exchanged glances. Then they went back to their marks, because that was what he'd told them to do and they trusted him, which was a thing he was still getting used to. Umbridge moved through the room with her clipboard, watching. She paused at a second-year bout and made a note. She paused at a fifth-year exchange where a stunning spell was used and made a longer note. She moved toward the back where the more advanced students were working. She stopped beside a sixth-year Slytherin named Avery, one of the pseudonym signers whose name Harry knew but hadn't used, a quiet boy whose father was a known former Death Eater and who had signed the defense group list with something that looked like a decision that had cost him something, and watched him execute a clean shield charm followed by an accurate disarming hex. She wrote on her clipboard. Then she turned to Harry. "Mr. Potter," she said, in the voice. "Some of these activities appear to be operating at a level that is significantly beyond the approved Ministry Defense curriculum. The program is authorized under Charter Provision 14, Harry said, which explicitly states that supplementary programs can operate at a level appropriate to the member's abilities rather than the standard curriculum benchmark." He paused. "The provision is in the founding charter. I can have a copy of the relevant clause here in about 2 minutes if that's helpful." She looked at him. The smile was fully deployed, which meant she was working hard. "The High Inquisitor's office retains the right to assess any educational activity for safety compliance." "Absolutely," Harry said. "Would you like to assess it?" "I'm happy to walk you through the session structure. Safety protocols first. We start every session with a wand check and a review of the spellwork that will be covered. Injury protocol is posted on the wall behind you. No student works above their assessed ability level without express instructor approval." He paused. "Shall I show you the ability assessments?" He produced a folder from the table behind him. Hermione had organized it, naturally, with the comprehensive instinct of someone who had predicted this moment, and held it out. She did not take the folder. Something moved behind the smile. "I'll be reviewing the record in full," she said. "I look forward to the review," Harry said pleasantly. "Everything is documented." He gestured at the folder. "Every session, every student, every piece of spellwork covered, every assessment update. It's all there." He paused. "Hermione Granger maintains the records. She's very thorough." From somewhere behind him, Hermione said, in a perfectly neutral voice, "I'm happy to answer any questions about the documentation process." Umbridge looked from Harry to Hermione. Then at the folder. Then at the room, at the students standing at their marks waiting, at the posted safety protocols, at the organized space of a program that had been designed, specifically and deliberately, to be entirely, completely, frustratingly legitimate. She wrote something on her clipboard. "I'll be in touch," she said. She left with her 2 officials, and the door closed, and Harry looked at the room. "Back to your bouts," he said. "Avery, good shield charm. Work on your follow-through." Avery blinked. Then nodded. The bouts resumed. Ron appeared at Harry's shoulder. "She's going to find something," he said, quietly. "That kind of person always finds something." "Then we make sure it's nothing," Harry said. "Every session, every document, everything spotless." He paused. "She's not going to find what she's looking for." "And if she invents it?" Ron said. "Then we're in a Wisengamot challenge," Harry said. "Which is where we want to be." He watched 2 fifth-years exchange spells with improving technical quality. "She can't win there." "She might make it ugly," Ron said. "Things are already ugly," Harry said. "Ugly doesn't scare me." Ron looked at him sideways. "What does scare you?" Harry thought about it. About Voldemort and Horcruxes and a sealed chamber in an ancient vault and 7 objects that had to be destroyed before a man could die. "Losing," he said simply. "Not for myself. For all of them." He indicated the room. Ron nodded. "Fair enough," he said. Saturday of the following week, Sirius came to Hogwarts. Not secretly, not as Padfoot, He came through the front gates with a letter from Amelia confirming his exoneration was fully processed and his right of access to all ministry and ministry-affiliated spaces formally restored. He walked up the path and through the doors, and the students who recognized him stared, and some of them whispered, and one second-year Hufflepuff actually said, "Is that Sirius Black?" in a carrying voice that made her friends pull her arm. Sirius ignored all of it with the practiced ease of a man who had been famous for bad reasons for 12 years and was adjusting to being famous for different reasons. He found Harry in the courtyard, which was where Harry had been sitting in the thin October sunshine with a book that was actually enjoyable, a history of Hogwarts from the Peveril vault that he'd had copied before the vault was resealed, which contained a perspective on the founding that contradicted about 60% of Hogwarts, a history in ways Hermione had been very animated about. Sirius sat down across from him on the stone bench and looked at him for a moment. "Malfoy filed the formal objection yesterday," he said. "I heard," Harry said. "He'd had a letter from Bill." "Is it going to stick?" "No," Sirius said. "The Gringotts documentation is airtight. But the objection triggers a formal hearing, which means the 3 seats are in provisional status until after the hearing, which won't be scheduled until after the General Assembly." He paused. "You'll have 6 seats at the Assembly, not 9. 6 instead of 9, Harry said. That's what he was going for. "Yes. Can we file for expedited hearing resolution?" Harry said. "Bill's working on it," Sirius said. "But the process is what it is." Harry looked at the book in his hands. 6 votes instead of 9 was still 6 more than he'd had 2 months ago. It was still enough to force a formal motion on Voldemort's return if he had the right coalition. He ran the numbers in his head: Marchbanks, Ogden, Augusta Longbottom, Amos Diggory if the meeting had gone how he thought it had, and the handful of genuinely independent members who had been waiting for the balance to shift. 6 was enough. "There's another thing," Sirius said. He had the tone of a man delivering something he's been turning over for a while. I've been thinking about what I want to do. Going forward. I can practice as an Auror again, now the exoneration is complete. I could go back to the DMLE. He paused. But I've been thinking about whether the DMLE is the most useful thing I can do right now." Harry waited. "The Order of the Phoenix," Sirius said. "Dumbledore reformed it. You know about it." At Harry's expression he paused, "Or you don't, in which case there's a conversation we should have." "I know," Harry said. "Remus mentioned it last year. The Order is working against Voldemort outside official channels," Sirius said. "Dumbledore runs it. I'm in it. Remus is in it. There are others." He looked at Harry. "I want to tell you this properly, not because I think you need protecting from it, but because you should know what your godfather is doing and why." He paused. "I can be useful there. More useful than in the DMLE bureaucracy. And I can do it while also being here. While being your godfather and not just an operative." Harry looked at him. "I was absent for 12 years, Sirius said. I can't get them back. I can't." He stopped. "I keep having this feeling, these last few weeks, that I'm trying to compress 12 years of being your godfather into whatever time we have, and that's not right either. It's too much pressure. It's not what you need." He looked at Harry directly. "What I'm trying to say is, I want to be useful and I want to be here and I want to figure out how those two things work together without me turning into someone who's hovering." "You're not hovering," Harry said. "I will hover," Sirius said. "It's going to happen. I'm trying to be preemptively aware of it." Harry looked at him. At the gray eyes and the worn face and the particular quality of a man who was trying very carefully to get something right. More actions right the next chapter now. Chapter 6, Lord of Nine. The General Assembly of the Wizengamot convened at 10 in the morning on the 1st of October, and Harry arrived early. Not because he was nervous, though there was something in him that was doing something adjacent to nervous, something with edges, the feeling of a high place before a jump, but because arriving early was a choice about what he was. Late was reactive. Early was deliberate. He'd been deliberate since August. He came through the Ministry atrium at 8:30 with Sirius at his shoulder and Bill Weasley 2 steps behind, carrying a leather satchel that contained every piece of documentation Gringotts had produced in the last month, organized in a system Hermione had designed remotely over letters and that Bill had implemented with the professional thoroughness of a man who understood the difference between paperwork that survived scrutiny and paperwork that created it. The atrium was already busy. The Ministry always drew early arrivals on assembly days, functionaries who wanted to be seen, aides carrying correspondence, journalists who had passes for the press gallery. Harry walked through it and felt the attention tracking to him the way attention had been tracking to him his whole life, but different now, not the particular weight of a symbol, but the particular weight of a person who had done something and was about to do more. He'd slept well. That was the thing he noticed most. He'd slept well, and woken without the dream, for the 3rd night running. Amelia Bones was already in her office when they arrived, which meant she'd been there since at least 7. She looked like a woman who had spent the night in a controlled state of high readiness, which Harry recognized because he'd seen it on Madame Moody's face once and understood it as the face of someone who expected the coming hours to require everything they had. She looked at Harry when he came in and said, "The censure motion has lost 3 of its supporting signatures overnight." "Diggory?" Harry said. "Withdrew late last night," she said. "Formally, citing personal reasons. Trevelyan withdrew this morning. She sent her withdrawal directly to the session clerk, which means it's on record before the session opens." She paused. "Without those signatures Malfoy needs to rebuild the motion support from scratch, which he can't do in the 2 hours before the session." She held Harry's gaze. "His primary weapon this morning is the formal objection to the 3 seat transfers. He'll use the procedural argument to limit your voting block." 6 votes, Harry said. 6 confirmed, she said. Which is still 4 more than anyone in that chamber expected 3 months ago. She picked up the morning's documentation brief, dense parchment covered in her precise notes, and looked at him steadily. "The formal acknowledgement motion. How close are you?" "Close," Harry said. "I've been counting." "Show me," she said. He sat down and they went through it together, not a list, but a map, the way you mapped a battle. Every vote, certain and probable and possible. Every member he'd spoken to directly, every commitment implied and explicit. The certain block, Marchbanks, Ogden, Longbottom, Diggory. The Diggory withdrawal from the censure motion told Harry everything he needed about which way that vote was going. His own 6. The independent member from the Highlands who'd been voting against the Fudge block for 2 years on every meaningful question. The Pruitt seat, currently held by a retired Auror named Aldous Pruitt who had no love for Fudge and had written Harry a careful letter 3 days ago that said without quite saying it that he found the current ministry's position on recent events professionally embarrassing. Harry put the number at 31 committed votes for the acknowledgement motion, with 4 probable and 2 genuinely uncertain. "Majority is 30, Amelia said. "I know," Harry said. "You're there on committed alone," she said. "Assuming no one changes their mind in the room." "Assuming that," Harry said. They looked at each other. "Malfoy is going to try something in the room," Sirius said, from the chair in the corner where he'd been listening with the focused quiet of a man conserving himself. "He doesn't bring emotion, he knows he's losing just to lose it. He has something else." "What?" Harry said. "I don't know," Sirius said. "But I know Lucius. I grew up in his orbit. He doesn't commit to a public defeat, he changes the terrain." "Then we watch for the terrain changing," Harry said. Sirius nodded. "And we're faster when it does." Bill opened his satchel and began organizing the day's documentation on Amelia's desk with the systematic focus of someone who had been preparing for this specific morning for a month. Harry watched him and thought about the shape of the day, the session, the motion, the vote, and felt something settle in him that was not quite calm and not quite readiness but was both of them in combination. The feeling of a thing that had been a long time coming finally arriving within reach. He thought about the first morning. The green light dream and the ceiling and the lock on his door and the 4:47 wake-up. About Amelia Bones coming up the garden path with 8 Aurors and changing everything. About the conference room and the rings and Sirius's face and Dumbledore's half-inch inclination of the head. About the vault. The light. The correspondence bundles in the dark wooden box, 800 years of careful organization waiting for the right pair of hands. He was not the symbol. He was not the instrument. He was not the chess piece or the weapon or the orphan in the cupboard or the boy in the room with the lock. He was Lord of 9 houses. He was 15 years old. He was his parents' son. He looked at the rings and felt them, solid and warm and specific, each one a different weight, each one a different voice that had been silent and was now, simply, not. Right, he said. Let's go. The Wisengamot chamber filled slowly and then all at once, the way bodies fill, trickles and streams and then suddenly complete, the tiered seats populated and the air in the room changed by the presence of 60-odd people who each had significant things at stake in the next 2 hours. Harry walked to the first tier. He walked past the proxy cards that had been replaced since the last time he was here, the names were wrong, were someone else's names on his family seats, and he stood at the end of the row and began, one by one, taking them down. Not dramatically. Just taking them down, the way you tidy a thing that needs tidying. The chamber was watching him do it. Lucius Malfoy was in the upper tier, present and immaculate, silver blonde hair and formal robes and the expression of a man who was operating at full containment and had been since he arrived. Harry glanced at him once and then looked away, not in dismissal exactly but in the manner of someone who has noted a factor and incorporated it and moved on. Malfoy's eyes followed him. Harry sat down. Cornelius Fudge was at the minister's position at the head of the chamber, the raised chair from which he presided over assembly sessions, in his green bowler hat and his formal robes and his expression of managed authority. He looked down at the first tier with an expression that moved through several things and settled somewhere complicated. Griselda Marchbanks was 2 seats down from Harry in the first tier. She didn't look at him but her presence was a kind of statement, the way the presence of a person in a particular location is always a statement about something. Augusta Longbottom was in the 3rd tier, straight-backed, in her winter oak robes, the vulture hat doing its unintimidated business. She caught Harry's eye once, briefly, with an expression that communicated nothing specific and everything general. Amos Diggory was in the 2nd tier. He looked older than he had in Hogsmeade. He looked like a man carrying something that didn't get lighter with time, just more familiar. He didn't look at Harry. He looked at the floor of the chamber, and his jaw was set, and Harry recognized the set of it. Sirius was in the gallery above, alongside Bill. Non-voting, but present. Harry had wanted them present. The session opened with procedural business that took 20 minutes and which Harry sat through with his hands folded on the surface before him, reading the room. The chamber had the quality of a place before a storm, the particular expectant pressure of people who knew something significant was going to happen and were managing their relationship to that knowledge in their own ways. Some members were talking in low voices. Some were reviewing documents. Some were watching Harry with the careful attention of people trying to assess something they didn't yet have enough information to fully assess. He let them look. Fudge called the formal business. The first item on today's agenda, Fudge said, in the carrying voice of someone who had been presiding over sessions for years and found the performance of authority natural, is the formal hearing on the objection filed by Lord Lucius Malfoy regarding the inheritance seat transfers to Harry James Potter, in the matter of houses Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, and Ravenclaw. He looked at Malfoy. Malfoy stood. He was good at standing. Harry noted this without particular emotion. Lucius Malfoy had been bred and trained to be good at everything that happened in rooms like this, and standing was the beginning of everything that happened in rooms like this. He was impressive in the way old institutions are impressive, not because they're good, but because they're convincing. The objection is procedural in nature, Malfoy said, his voice carrying the easy confidence of someone accustomed to chambers paying attention. The 3 transfers in question were processed on the basis of an inheritance audit conducted without a formally constituted petition from the claimant, who at the time was a minor under an active magical guardianship. The guardianship itself is now voided. He paused, the barest inflection on voided suggesting he had opinions about this, but at the time of the audit's initiation, it was active. The legal standing to request the audit was, therefore, in question. He sat down. Amelia Bones stood. She had come into the chamber 5 minutes ago and taken a seat in the observer section, which was where non-members participated in formal sessions. The audit was conducted under the Welfare and Protection of Magical Persons Act, 1887, Section 14, Subsection 3, she said. The provision explicitly grants investigative authority to the head of the DMLE in welfare cases regardless of the guardianship status of the person under investigation. The provision exists for exactly this purpose, to prevent guardianship arrangements from being used to obstruct welfare investigations. She paused. The legal standing was not in the claimant. It was in my office. The objection is therefore misdirected. Fudge looked between them. Lord Malfoy, do you wish to respond? The welfare provision governs investigations, not audits, Malfoy said, still seated this time, which was a strategic choice. Staying seated said he didn't need to stand to make this point, which said he thought the point was solid. An inheritance audit is a Gringotts instrument, not a welfare instrument. Director Bones exceeded her authority in commissioning it. The definition of welfare investigation under Section 14 includes the examination of assets and resources belonging to the person under investigation, Amelia said, still standing, her voice exactly level. This was established in the Buckley case in 1923, which set the precedent that welfare includes material welfare, which includes property and inheritance. The audit was a natural extension of the investigation. The chamber made the particular sound of 60 people processing competing arguments. Harry sat in his seat and listened and waited. Fudge held up a hand. The presiding panel will review the precedent, he said. He looked to his left at the 3 senior Wisengamot members who constituted the formal review panel for procedural disputes. They put their heads together, which gave Malfoy and Amelia both a moment to resume their seats. Harry watched the panel. The 3 members were Marchbanks, who had of course recused herself from the panel given her prior involvement. Wait, she had not recused herself. Harry looked more carefully. She was on the panel. That meant she'd sat on the panel throughout the process and had not been challenged on it, which meant either Malfoy hadn't noticed her prior involvement or he had and decided not to raise it. He decided he had, and decided not to raise it, because raising it would force a recount of signatories on the expedited processing petition, which would open a different procedural argument that was worse for him. Lucius Malfoy was not making mistakes. He was choosing the best option in a situation where all the options were bad. The panel completed its review in 4 minutes. The spokesperson, a small, very old man named Bertrand Crouch, no relation to the disgraced Bartemius, who had the manner of a man who had been doing this since before most of the seated members were born, looked up. The panel finds, Crouch said, in a voice that carried despite being barely above a murmur, that the Buckley precedent is applicable. The welfare audit authorization stands. The seat transfers are procedurally valid. He paused. The objection is dismissed. The chamber made the sound again. Different this time. Malfoy absorbed it with no visible change of expression, which was itself a thing Harry noted, a man who had prepared for this outcome, which meant the objection had never been the primary strategy. It had been the setup. Item 2, Fudge said, shuffling his papers with the air of a man who was managing things and would like everyone to know it. The motion brought by Lord Malfoy requesting a formal procedural review of the DMLE's recent operational conduct in the matter of the Privet Drive incident and related welfare investigation. Malfoy stood again. And Harry felt it, the shift Sirius had predicted, the terrain changing, not obviously but in the way light changes when a cloud moves. I wish to amend this motion, Malfoy said. Before it is formally presented. Fudge looked at him. Amendment before presentation requires seconding from a member in good standing, Malfoy said. I have a seconder. He looked to his left. The member who stood was someone Harry recognized by name but had never spoken to, Ignatius Bulstrode, a heavy-set man in his 60s who sat in the upper tier and had, according to every analysis Harry had done, been reliably in Malfoy's camp for years. He had nothing interesting about him except his reliability, which was the quality Malfoy had needed for this specific moment. Seconded, Bulstrode said, and sat down. The amendment, Malfoy said, and now his voice had something in it that had not been there before, a precision that was different from the procedural precision of the earlier objection, more personal, aimed, is to expand the scope of the review to include the unauthorized use of ministry facilities for what is functionally a private political operation, specifically, the use of the ministry's inheritance ritual chamber for the processing of a multi-house consolidation that has, since its completion, been deployed in this chamber as a tool for political realignment. The chamber was very quiet. The consolidation of 9 Wisengamot seats in a single individual, Malfoy continued, represents an unprecedented concentration of political power that the Wisengamot has never formally approved. The founding charter permits multi-seat holdings but contains no provision for single-person holdings of this magnitude. I am submitting that this chamber has a duty to formally review whether such a consolidation is consistent with the constitutional principles on which the Wisengamot is founded. He sat down. The quiet lasted about 3 seconds. Then the chamber erupted. Not in a disorganized way, Wisengamot members did not erupt disorganizedly, they had too much institutional conditioning for that, but in the particular roil of 60 people all needing to speak at once, which created a noise like a very crowded marketplace where everyone was speaking in formal register. Fudge banged his gavel. Order. Then again. Order. Harry sat completely still. He had not moved. He had not changed expression. He had his hands flat on the surface before him and he was looking at Lucius Malfoy with the same steady, undemonstrative attention he'd brought to Umbridge in the defense class, to Fudge in the atrium, to every point in the last month where someone had tried to move him and he had declined to be moved. He felt the rings, all 9, warm on his hands. And he waited. Fudge got order. Lord Malfoy's amended motion is on the floor, he said, with the expression of a man who was not entirely certain what he'd just allowed but was committed to presiding over it. Does Lord Potter wish to respond before the floor is opened? Harry stood. He stood without haste, with the deliberateness he'd been practicing, not performing, not staging, just moving with the clarity of someone who knew what they were about to say and meant every word of it. Lord Malfoy's motion raises a genuine question, Harry said. Whether the consolidation of 9 Wisengamot seats in a single holder is consistent with this chamber's constitutional principles. He paused. I'd like to answer it directly. The chamber was silent. Even the people who had been trying to speak a moment ago were listening. The founding charter of the Wisengamot, Harry said, does not prohibit multi-seat holdings of any number. Lord Malfoy is correct that there is no provision specifically authorizing a holding of this magnitude, but there is equally no provision prohibiting it. In law, what is not prohibited is permitted. Every legal scholar in this country knows that. He paused. The real question Lord Malfoy is asking is not constitutional. It is political. He is asking whether this chamber is comfortable with the shift in power that 9 confirmed seats represent. He looked at Malfoy. And I think the honest answer is that some members are not, and I think their discomfort is understandable, and I think it is not the chamber's problem to solve. Someone in the middle tier made a sound. These seats, Harry said, were not created by me. They existed before I was born. Some of them existed before this chamber was founded. What I did was reclaim them from a state of suspension that was, in several cases, imposed without my knowledge or consent. He paused. If this chamber wants to review whether 9 house consolidations are appropriate going forward, as policy, prospectively, through proper legislative process, I will participate in that conversation. I will vote on it, in fact, because I have the right to vote on things that concern me, which is the whole point of representation. He let that sit for exactly one beat. But I will not consent to a retroactive review designed to unravel a legitimate inheritance process because some members are uncomfortable with the political consequences. He looked at Fudge. The motion, as amended, should be ruled out of order on the grounds that it seeks to apply a constitutional standard that does not exist in the current charter to a process that has already been completed and found procedurally valid by this chamber's own review panel not 20 minutes ago. He sat down. The chamber did the noise again, and this time it was different in texture, less the roil of controversy and more the particular sound of a room that had been told something clearly and was processing it. Marchbanks stood. I move to rule the amended motion out of order, she said. On the grounds stated by Lord Potter. Seconded, said Ogden, from the second tier, without standing. Fudge looked at the motion on his papers. Looked at Malfoy. Looked at Harry. His face was doing the performance of neutrality that Harry recognized as the expression of a man who was calculating very fast about which outcome served him better. 2 months ago, Fudge would have found for Malfoy without hesitation. This morning, the numbers in the chamber were different, and Fudge knew the numbers. He had always known the numbers. The procedural motion to rule out of order is on the floor, Fudge said. We will vote. The vote was 37 to 22 in favor of ruling out of order. Malfoy's motion was dead. Harry watched Malfoy absorb it, watched the contained face manage the information with the precision of a man who had been practicing containment for decades, and felt no satisfaction in it, exactly. It was not about satisfaction. It was about a thing that had needed to happen, happening. He looked at the chamber. At the 37 members who had voted the motion down, some of them people he knew and some of them people he'd never met and some of them people who had voted against Malfoy today because the wind had changed and they were weather-sensitive, not principled. They were all votes. Principle could come later. Item 3, Fudge said, and paused. He appeared to be reading his papers very carefully, which Harry recognized as a man buying himself a few seconds. A formal motion, submitted by Lord Potter of the Houses Potter, Peverell, Gryffindor, Slytherin, Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw, Gaunt, Black, and Emerys, requesting that this chamber issue a formal declaration of confirmed threat, the first in 60 years, recognizing the confirmed return and active presence of the dark wizard known as Voldemort, formerly Tom Marvolo Riddle, and activating the associated emergency provisions of the Magical Defense Act of 1944. The chamber went absolutely still. Harry stood. He hadn't planned a speech. He'd thought about a speech. Hermione had offered to help draft one, which he'd declined with the honesty that she would have been hurt by but appreciated, probably, and had decided that a speech was the wrong form. A speech was for convincing. He didn't need to convince. The votes were there. What he needed to do was say it. I was in the graveyard, he said. I saw it. I held Cedric Diggory's body. I escaped with a portkey that had my blood on it. He paused. Voldemort is back. He has a body, he has followers, and he has had 4 months to rebuild while this chamber has been debating whether to acknowledge that he exists. He looked at Fudge. This motion activates the emergency provisions, increased Auror resources, interdepartmental threat protocols, formal communication to the international magical community. It does not require this chamber to solve the problem. It requires this chamber to admit there is one. He paused. I move the declaration. Seconded, said 3 voices simultaneously, which was 2 more than required. Harry looked to find the sources. Marchbanks, predictably. Amos Diggory, not predictably, not by the people who hadn't been in Hogsmeade 2 weeks ago. And the third was a member Harry didn't immediately place, a woman in the 4th tier, 50s, with the look of someone who had been waiting a long time to say the words she'd just said. He found out later her name was Hestia Jones, and she was Order of the Phoenix, and Dumbledore had spoken to her last week, and she had been voting against acknowledgement of Voldemort's return for 4 months with a face that looked like it cost her something each time. She looked at Harry when he found her in the crowd and her expression said, "Finally." The floor was opened. Malfoy spoke. He was controlled and precise, and Harry noted with something like professional respect that he made the best possible argument for the worst possible position, that the evidence was insufficient, that pensive memories were inadmissible as formal evidence under the standards of the Declaration provision, that the international implications of a formal declaration without confirmed third-party intelligence were diplomatically significant. He was not wrong on the technicalities. He was not wrong, even, on the diplomatic point. Harry had the floor again. The evidence standard for a declaration of confirmed threat under the 1944 Act requires the testimony of a direct witness, he said. I am a direct witness. My testimony is on record with the DMLE, witnessed by the head of the department, co-signed by the senior Auror present at the initial statement, and supported by secondary physical evidence including curse residue analysis. The pensive memory is supplementary. He looked at Malfoy. Lord Malfoy is correct that pensive memories are supplementary evidence. They don't need to be primary. The primary evidence is my testimony, which meets the statutory standard. He paused. On the diplomatic question, I agree it's significant. Which is why the motion specifies that the formal communication to the international community will be handled by the Foreign Magical Relations Office with full ministerial oversight. The declaration doesn't remove ministerial discretion on the diplomatic process. It requires it. He had read the 1944 Act. He had read it twice, and Hermione had read it 3 times, and Amelia had reviewed it with her legal team, and there was no argument Malfoy could make that they had not prepared for. Tiberius Ogden stood and made a short, precise statement about the moral obligation of a governing body to acknowledge facts that were inconvenient to its current political position. He said it in the measured voice of a man who had been waiting to say it for months and had decided to spend as few words on it as possible because the situation required action, not eloquence. Augusta Longbottom stood and said nothing about policy at all. She said that her son Frank had gone to his final interview with the Auror Corps the morning after Voldemort's first defeat, and that her daughter-in-law Alice had brought sandwiches. She said that 3 months later they were both in St. Mungo's and had been there for 14 years. She said that the last time a governing body had chosen to minimize a confirmed dark threat because acknowledgement was inconvenient, the cost had been paid by people who deserved better. She sat down. The chamber was quiet after Augusta. The vote was called. 33 to 26. The declaration passed. Harry heard it, the gavel coming down, Fudge's voice reading the vote, and something in the chamber shifted, settled, rearranged itself around a new fact the way rooms rearrange themselves around something large and permanent that has been brought into them. 60-odd people processing the knowledge that the last political bulwark against the acknowledgement of Voldemort's return had just fallen. He sat down. He put his hands flat on the surface. Felt the rings. All 9, all present. Marchbanks leaned over from 2 seats away. Well done, she said, very quietly. We'll see, Harry said. He knew what passing the declaration did and didn't do. It didn't stop Voldemort. It didn't reverse 4 months of preparation time already lost. It didn't bring Cedric back or heal Frank and Alice or undo the summer that had been. But it changed the terrain. Formally. In a room that mattered. He looked up. Lucius Malfoy was leaving. Not running, Lucius Malfoy did not run from things, that was not his style, but moving with the purposeful efficiency of someone who has completed their assessment of a situation and determined that continued presence serves no useful function. He reached the upper door and paused there, just for a moment, and looked down at the first tier. He looked at Harry for a long moment. Not with the performance of elegant disinterest this time. With something more direct, more unguarded, as though the morning had cost him the energy to maintain the full performance. What Harry saw in his face was not defeat, exactly. It was the expression of a man recalculating. Of someone who had held a map of a territory for years and had just discovered that the territory had changed in ways the map didn't account for. Harry held his gaze. Then Malfoy turned and left. Harry turned back to the chamber, and the session moved forward, and the business of a governing body that had just voted to acknowledge a confirmed dark threat began its immediate and complicated practical consequences. Amelia was on her feet within 30 seconds of the gavel, requesting an emergency DMLE resource allocation review, which Fudge granted with the look of a man who was managing the new reality as fast as he could, and who had understood, somewhere in the last 40 minutes, that managing the new reality was going to be easier than fighting it. He got back to Hogwarts at 6 in the evening. The castle was at dinner when he came through the gates, the great hall audible from the courtyard, the warm noise of 1,000 students and the smell of food coming down the corridor. He didn't go in immediately. He stood in the entrance hall for a moment in the quiet before the noise, in the space between the outside and the inside, and let the day settle. His hands in the pale light. The rings. 9 different metals, different ages. He flexed his fingers. The entrance hall was never entirely quiet. The castle had too much life in it, too much history, too many portraits and moving stairs and resident ghosts who were opinionated about foot traffic, but it had a relative quiet at this hour, the between-time quality of a large place catching its breath. A voice said, "You look like your father coming back from Quidditch matches." He turned. Dumbledore was in the entrance to the staircase, in traveling robes that were dark blue tonight rather than purple, with the half-moon spectacles and the white beard and the expression that Harry had been learning to read over 4 years and was still reading. The blue eyes had something in them tonight that was not complicated, or rather, was complicated but not in the usual way, not the layer-on-layer complexity of a man managing too many things. Just something warm, and honest, and a little bit old. "How?" Dumbledore said. 33 to 26, Harry said. Something moved through Dumbledore's face. The declaration. And the censure motion died before it reached a vote, Harry said. Malfoy's objection to the seat transfers was dismissed. His constitutional challenge was ruled out of order. He paused. 6 votes, he said. Not 9. But enough. Dumbledore was quiet for a moment. Then he said, "I want you to know that I am glad." He paused. Not only for the outcome. For the manner of it. He looked at Harry with the glasses and the eyes and something that was specific and real. "You did this yourself." "Not myself," Harry said. "Amelia set it up. Bill documented it. Marchbanks and Ogden signed things. Augusta Longbottom showed up. Amos Diggory made a hard choice." He paused. "Sirius got his freedom so he could stand in the gallery today." He looked at Dumbledore. "And you let me into the pensive." Dumbledore held his gaze. "Yes," he said. "But the center of it was you. The decisions were yours. The words in that chamber were yours." He paused. "Your father would have been, Sirius keeps saying that," Harry said. "Not unkindly." "Because it's true," Dumbledore said. "And because the people who loved your father very much have been waiting for 14 years to say it about someone, and you keep giving them reasons to." Harry looked at him. The entrance hall was quiet. The distant noise of the great hall moved through the stone walls. "The Horcruxes," Harry said. "When you're ready." "I'll be ready before Christmas," Dumbledore said. "I believe I have the location." "Good," Harry said. He went through the double doors into the great hall. The Gryffindor table had apparently been watching the door, because he was through it for maybe 3 seconds before Ron spotted him and said something that caused a domino of turning heads that covered most of the table and some of the neighboring Hufflepuffs. Hermione was on her feet in the time it took Harry to reach them, and she said, 33 to 26, before he sat down, which meant she'd had the information before he'd walked in, which meant either Sirius had sent a Patronus or Bill had used the emergency contact mirror. 33 to 26, Harry confirmed, dropping into his seat. Ron pushed a plate toward him with the ease of someone who had been waiting for this moment and had prepared for it practically. "Eat," he said. "You've been in the ministry since 8 this morning." Harry ate. Around him the Gryffindor table was doing the thing it did, the warm, loud, overlapping noise of people who had been in each other's pockets for 4 years and had developed a communication style accordingly. Ron was eating and asking questions and eating more, and Hermione was doing her version of celebration, which was processing everything rapidly in the manner of someone who had been running models for weeks and was now receiving the outcome data. Neville was at the end of the table, and he caught Harry's eye, and Harry nodded once, and Neville did the thing that Harry thought was the most Neville thing. He nodded back, simply, and then went back to his food. No performance, no fuss, just the acknowledgement of two people who understood something together. Ginny appeared on Harry's other side at some point, from where she'd been 3 seats down, and sat beside him with the ease of someone who had decided to move and moved without elaborate justification. "How bad was Malfoy?" she said. "Good," Harry said, honestly. He was genuinely good. The constitutional challenge was smart, wrong, but smart. He paused. He knew he was losing when he filed it. He was trying to build a record. "A record for what?" she said. "For whatever comes next," Harry said. "This isn't over. The declaration passing means Fudge has to act, has to resource the DMLE properly, has to at least publicly acknowledge the threat. Malfoy loses the political cover the denial gave him. His options narrow." He paused. "That makes him more dangerous, not less. Cornered people make different choices than people who think they have room." Ginny looked at him with those clear brown eyes. "You're not going to relax at all, are you?" she said. "Not really," Harry said. "You should eat more," she said. "Strategically. You need the calories." He almost laughed. "Sirius says things like that." "Sirius is correct," she said, and pushed the bread basket toward him. He ate the bread. The great hall moved around him, the noise and the light and the October evening outside the enchanted ceiling doing its stars beginning to appear thing, and Harry felt the day settling into him, the long day from the atrium at 8:30 to the entrance hall at 6, all the things that had happened between those 2 points. It was not over. He knew that with the clarity that had become his default operating condition since August. The Horcruxes were still out there, most of them intact. Voldemort was still rebuilding. Lucius Malfoy was still dangerous. Umbridge was still in the castle, writing her reports and looking for her opening. The 3 seats, Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw, were still in provisional status pending the formal objection hearing. 9 would become 6 would eventually become 9 again, but eventually was not yet. Severus Snape, whose role Harry had not fully mapped but whose presence in the edges of several things he'd been doing gave him a very specific feeling he didn't yet have enough information to act on. The Order of the Phoenix and its coordination with his own political work, still loose, still needing tightening. The sealed chamber in the Emery's vault, patient in its 800-year silence. The war. He put the list away, because making lists at dinner while Ron was explaining something enthusiastically about the Chudley cannons was the wrong kind of focus, the kind that turned everything into strategy and nothing into living. Sirius had said it in a letter, last week, your father knew how to turn it off. It wasn't a weakness. It was the reason he could turn it on when it mattered. He listened to Ron about the cannons. He ate the food Ginny had arranged in front of him with the quiet efficiency of someone who had noticed a practical problem. He answered Hermione's questions about the specific chamber dynamics, which were detailed and precise and which he answered with equal precision because Hermione's analysis was going to be useful and he knew it. He sat in the great hall of Hogwarts with his hands on the table, 9 rings warm in the candlelight, and felt himself present in the moment rather than 10 steps ahead of it. It felt right. That night, after the common room had emptied and Ron had gone to bed and Hermione had finally, reluctantly, under significant peer pressure from herself, closed her last book, Harry sat by the fire in the last armchair with the mirror in his hand. He held it for a moment. Then he tapped it. Sirius's face appeared, looking like a man who had found good wine somewhere and was in the comfortable post-triumph state of someone who had been in a gallery all day and watched someone they loved do something worth watching. "Lord of Nine," Sirius said. "6, Harry said. 6 for now," Sirius said. 9 shortly. 9 shortly, Harry agreed. Sirius looked at him through the mirror with the grey eyes and the clear face of a man who had been unjustly imprisoned for 12 years and was alive and free and sitting in his own house tonight because things had, improbably and specifically, gone right. "You know what today means," he said. "It means the declaration is on record," Harry said. "Which means the Ministry has to act. Which means Voldemort has to adapt. Which means—" "No," Sirius said. "I mean what it means for you, specifically. What it means that a 15-year-old boy walked into the most powerful legislative chamber in Wizarding Britain and told it the truth and made it listen." Harry looked at the fire. "It means something's changed," he said. "It means you changed it," Sirius said. "There's a difference." The fire popped. The common room was warm and empty and smelled of old wood and burnt parchment and the general accumulative scent of a room that had been lived in by generations of students. The tapestries on the wall were the ones Harry had been looking at since first year, and they were the same tapestries, and he was not the same 11-year-old. "Sirius," Harry said. "I dreamed about the graveyard again last night," Harry said. Not because he needed Sirius to do anything about it, but because it was true and Sirius was the person he told true things to. "But I woke up and I woke up and thought about what I had to do today. And got up and did it." He paused. "That's new." Sirius was quiet for a moment, with the quiet of someone who understood what they were being told. "Yeah," he said. "That's new." Outside, the Scottish night was doing its October business, full dark, cold, the kind of clear that only happened in October in the Highlands where the air had a bite to it and the stars were extraordinarily sharp. The grounds were quiet. The lake was quiet. The castle breathed around him with its old stone breathing, its inhabitation of centuries, its enormous patience. He thought about the vault. About Merlin's letters to Godric Gryffindor in the box on the shelf, 800 years of ink and thought and the vast accretion of a world that had been building itself since before anyone now alive could remember. About the sealed chamber and what was in it and the feeling that whatever it was waiting, not with impatience, just with the particular certainty of something that has been waiting long enough to have learned how to do it properly. He would open it. When the time was right. When the week's urgencies had moved on to their next configuration and the immediate fires were managed and there was room for the larger question. He would open it and whatever was in there would be part of this, part of the building of something that was not just about defeating Voldemort, which was a necessary and immediate thing, but about the world on the other side of that defeat. What the institutions looked like. What the chamber voted on. What children were taught in classrooms that actually prepared them for the world they would live in. He would get there. Tonight he sat by the fire and talked to Sirius until midnight, and it was mostly not about any of that, it was about the Marauders and James and Lily and a story about a transfiguration practical that had gone significantly wrong in 1975 involving a badger and Professor Slughorn's desk, and Harry laughed until his face hurt, and the rings on his hands caught the last of the firelight, and the castle held them both in its old patient darkness, and the war was out there and would still be out there tomorrow and the day after and for however long it took. But tonight was tonight. He put the mirror down at midnight, went upstairs, lay down on his bed in the dark, and looked at the ceiling of Gryffindor Tower. He thought about Privet Drive. About the ceiling he'd been looking at that morning at 4:47. About the lock on the door and the empty cage and the dream that opened every night like a wound. He thought about the ceiling he was looking at now. Different stone, different dark, different weight in the air. He closed his eyes. No dream. Just sleep, coming in like a tide, deep and unhurried and entirely his own, and the rings warm on his hands, and the castle breathing, and somewhere outside the window the October stars doing their unchanged ancient business above a world that was, in small and specific and hard-won ways, beginning to be different. Beginning to be right.